thing. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/radio for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/radio for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/radio. See representative for warranty details.
Picking out an engagement ring can be terrifying. You're searching for the ring, but have no idea where to start. Go to Family & Company Jewelers in Marlton. The team, especially JR, makes it easy. No pressure, just real help from someone who cares. They break down diamonds, styles, and what actually matters. Their selection is huge. Every shape, size, and price range. You leave confident, not overwhelmed. When it comes to finding the ring, there's only one place to go. Family & Company Jewelers, South Jersey's diamond destination.
For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru.
Hello! Black Friday sales are here, and many consumers complain that the discounts aren't as deep as they used to be. But that's not true at National Appliance Warehouse. They've negotiated big discounts directly from manufacturers and are passing them right on to you. It all adds up to the biggest savings event of the year. That makes appliances from National Appliance Warehouse the best bang for your Black Friday buck. You deserve the perfect appliances and to enjoy an unbeatable experience. We're fully staffed with friendly professionals who are dedicated to delivering all of that, all while delivering the Black Friday savings you remember.
The Black Friday mega sale is underway at National Appliance Warehouse. Massive savings on GE appliances. Save up to 43%. Wow, 43% on select GE appliances. Browse an unmatched collection of GE, Cafe, GE Profile, and Monogram appliances. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington today.
When it comes to affordable term life insurance, everyone's whistling the Big Lou tune. If you're over 50, maybe a bit porky, or have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost about $200 a month. Even if you're not in perfect health, call Big Lou, because he specializes in finding big chunks of affordable term life insurance for just about everyone. Don't let diabetes or other health glitches keep you from owning $500,000 to $1 million or more of term life insurance. For affordable term life insurance, call Big Lou. Don't hesitate. Call 800-700-6898, 800-700-6898, or visit biglou.com.
Call Big Lou, don't hesitate, 800-700-6898. Call Big Lou, don't hesitate, 800-700-6898. Visit biglou.com.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli here with my friend Matt from Emmons Roofing and Siding. If you're like me, your house took a real beating this winter from all the snow, ice, and storms.
At Emmons Roofing and Siding, we're here to put it back together. We specialize in storm-resistant roofing and siding systems designed to last no matter what Mother Nature throws at it.
Well, Emmons is who I use and recommend, so call Emmons today at 856-556-3229 for a free roof inspection.
Or visit us at callemmons.com.
Callemmons.com. Emmons, protecting homes, one roof at a time.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to let you know that I buy houses. I buy houses from people that may be a tired landlord, maybe somebody who's having trouble selling their house, or maybe someone who needs to sell their house quickly. Well, all you need to do is call 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I promise to answer the phone and help you with your situation. That's right, your house may be cluttered. It may be a house that a relative left you, or it may just be a house you just want to get rid of. 855-939-1137.
A hotel might offer a bar, a resort, a spa. But if you want it all, dining, pools, gaming, clubs, shows, it takes more than the boardwalk. It takes a village. It takes a Borgata, where the best meals meet the hottest tables, where one pool leads to the next. Room service, bottle service, every service. It takes nothing short of a village to make your stay. So we built one. Visit theborgata.com to learn more. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hi, I'm Nancy Cartwright. You may know me better as the voice of Bart Simpson. On Simpsons Declassified, we're diving into the mysteries that keep the Simpsons forever young. Have you ever wondered how the Simpsons regularly predicts future events? Who better to ask than the show's creators, performers, and writers? The celebrity guests Be sure to follow and listen to Simpsons Declassified wherever you get your podcasts.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
Freedom. So let's talk about it. I just want to update you on a few stories. We're watching this with the airlines. Do you think that they will be able to negotiate at the Senate levels, basically where this is happening, but congressional level? Do you think they'll be able to shut down the shutdown? In other words, end it. So we've got this going on amidst the shutdown. The latest update here that I'm seeing, because we've heard about the back and forth in court, the Trump administration just this morning going before a federal appeals court for what is being described as an emergency pause on a federal judge's order to fully fund the SNAP benefits this month. So this is a U.S. District Judge, John McConnell, had ordered the administration, and this was just yesterday afternoon. There's the back and forth over these benefits, and they've been going back and forth in the courts. So this judge orders yesterday afternoon the Trump administration to deliver payments in full to all states. In other words, to disseminate all of these funds by today, and then criticizing and giving a verbal spanking, if you will, a chastising for the delays that the judge says have likely caused SNAP recipients to, quote, go hungry because these benefits on the cards, they're not being refilled. So the administration agreed this week, and we already knew this, right? So nobody was going hungry, according to the administration, because they were filling what they could with contingency funds that would cover about 65% of all the benefits, and that those are the benefits that eligible households would ordinarily receive, 65%. But they had argued that they're not able to draw from additional funds set aside for child nutrition programs, such as Section 32 funding, to fully fund the SNAP. Okay. So then just this morning, the Trump administration, the administration attorneys said that because of the government shutdown, there's only enough money to pay partial benefits, the 65%, for the month of November. I just wanted to update you on that one because there's a lot of reporting, a lot of back and forth. And so they said this court should allow the USDA, by the way, to continue with the partial payment, 65%, and not compel the agency to transfer billions of dollars from another safety net program that helps kids get food with no certainty of their replenishment. And so they're kind of robbing Peter to pay Paul type thing. And they're just saying, we can take this from a different fund that doesn't rob another fund for kids. That's the bottom line in court. So I don't know if it's being told like that, but just wanted to give you the latest on that one. We also want to get to the latest on what's going on with your thoughts on this whole news conference that happened yesterday. So we were told, and we planned on taking Trump, or at least a part of it, Dr. Marty Makary, who you know well. We all got to know Dr. Marty Makary really well, I think, over the past years. I've interviewed him many times, and Zioli, I think, was the first. Remember, we used to call him, I forget, Marty Makary. Remember, everybody was mispronouncing his name like way back in the day, and it's Makary rhymes with Mary, and we would laugh about that, but we've known him for a long time. So I would say I trust him at these news conferences. I always want to hear from somebody like Dr. Marty Makary more than anybody else, maybe because he's just been around a long time. He's obviously a prestigious doctor. Dr. Oz, by the way, a lot of people don't realize this. He is a heart surgeon. Okay, that is why he's a leading heart surgeon who made it, brilliant guy. And that's why Oprah, in the first place, handpicked him over any other surgeon. So just think about that with heart health, and then think about the impact of obesity on heart health. And that explains why that was important that Dr. Oz was there. So I just wanted to put that out there. We do want to go through that news conference. And I guess my point beyond all of it is that in those news conferences, I do wish that especially RFK Jr. would defer to one of the nation's most famous and leading heart surgeon, just let that person speak, or Dr. Marty McCary, and to take questions and to speak about the importance of making sure that, especially when it comes to your heart health and your physical health and your lung health, your overall organ health, that when somebody especially is morbidly obese, but even post-pandemic, we talked about this, even 19 pounds overweight, that takes about 10 years off of any of our life spans. That's just a fact. And so they need to put that out front and center. And so I think that's an important piece of it. So we'll talk about it and get your take. 855-839-1210. Dawn Stensland here on a Friday. Whew. And Justin Atira. Justin's done, Justin deserves to take a victory lap because you've done a lot of double shifts. We have our own Dan Borowski, who we're excited to welcome back next week on daddy duty with his wife giving birth. And there's not to give her personal information, but there was a surgery in there. And so he's a great husband and new dad. Can't wait to hear about, Dan's journey of fatherhood. That'll happen next week. But Justin, you've been like a rock star, and we just all are so grateful to you. Double shift to you today, right? Another double.
Yeah. Second Friday in a row.
Oh my goodness.
Hopefully next week I won't have to work a double. That would make me happy, I think.
Yeah. And you'll be back. So I know Rich Cioli as well. Like everybody's, it's all what you do in a family, right? When somebody's out and their loved one, just like I'll remind Rich Cioli and Greg Stocker when you had babies during the pandemic, but like not with each other, because it's a funny thing to say you both had babies, but your wives had babies during the pandemic. And there was I didn't see the guys for like a year, because they had to Zoom it in, because nobody during the pandemic, you can only imagine this, nobody, like the grandparents they couldn't get anybody to help, and so they were like, seriously, they were needed. You should have seen when they could come back here physically. They were like, oh, thank God. I could come back to wink, wink work, because they were exhausted, from actual work, like a woman does when she has her baby and, you don't get sleep and all that good stuff. That's my little zig.
But no, I've had it's been great.
Yeah, we've had fun.
It's been fun. The 3 weeks have actually flown by a lot faster than I thought it would.
It's so true, Justin, but we appreciate you, love working with you. And to John, our Matt DeSantis lookalike, you do, from a glance, like when I see him, and especially if he has the hood, because that's the style. Do you know what I'm saying? Like when they're in college and whatnot, they always have to have the hoodie up or whatever. But now today you wear the orange.
Yeah, I've been dressing kind of preppy, I'd say, through my first 2 weeks, 3 weeks. And then I woke up today, it was 2:50 in the morning, and I was like, I do not feel like putting on a button down or tight pants today.
Tight pants are not in though, for college.
When I say tight pants, I mean like jeans or khakis. I just couldn't feel.
Not pull-ups. Okay.
I just didn't feel like that today.
So John, can I just ask you real quick before? So why would you want to get? Why would you want to get into broadcasting?
Well, I'm actually I do play-by-play broadcasting, so I just got home from a minor league baseball season, but I grew up listening to Angelo on WIP every morning, and then when it wasn't Angelo, it was Howard Stern in the car. So it's always been something I've wanted to do, and it's being here is a great place. I'm really excited about working here at Odyssey.
So here's the thing. We have a great, and Justin can tell you this. So because you guys are like two younger guys, right, in your earlier 20s. But here's the thing. Great job. First of all, the best audience in the whole wide world, whether you're watching us on YouTube or wherever you consume us on Odyssey or iHeart or Spotify, what have you, YouTube. But here's the thing. Greatest audience, great camaraderie, so much fun at work. It's an awesome job. Justin, did you already break it to young John as to the bad part of especially quote unquote radio?
I was I wasn't warned
you
about
told
the
him?
bad. I wasn't warned about the bad part because I was
Yeah.
kind of figuring, keep the tradition going. But
Okay.
if you'd want to break the news
Yeah.
to him,
So
by
the
all
really
means.
bad news is, until you've made it a little more, or you figure things out, it's not TV money. That's the really bad part.
Money is nothing. Are you kidding me? Oh my God! You should listen to this, Dawn. So right before I actually got hired here, I was offered a position as MMJ/producer in Lincoln, Nebraska. I'm not gonna say what the salary was.
Let me guess, and just tell for the audience what is because that's
Multimedia journalist.
Thanks. How much? 13,000. 16,000.
It was like 31.
31.
And it wasn't even in
grand.
Lincoln. It was like 40 miles away. They lied to me on the application. And like they called me and they were like, "Oh, yeah, we're going to hire you, so look for apartments today." I'm like, "I just talked to you for like 20 minutes. I'm not moving there without you telling me other stuff."
Yeah. 30 some grand. Oof. Although the cost of living is probably nothing. You know what I mean? Like what's the rental?
Oh, it's nothing. So I spent the summer actually not too far, like too far away in Sioux City, maybe about 2 hours away in Iowa, and I think my coworkers were paying like $500 a month.
Okay.
But this is how down bad I was. This is how you should never go to Iowa. I was so down bad for food in Iowa. I went to Domino's for a chicken parm. Like that is, as an Italian, that's sacrilege.
And for those of you that don't know, down bad is slang for like feeling despondent or like bummed out, depressed, whatever, right? Down bad. Yeah. We got to get the lingo.
That's solid. That's a solid way
Is
to
that
describe it.
all right? Well, how would you describe it? Down bad.
It just means that I really wanted a chicken parm, and I was so desperate for a chicken parm that I went to Domino's. Domino's isn't a sponsor, right? I'm not going to get fired for saying that, right?
You can
Okay,
say
good.
that. You can say that. All right. We'll continue if you have any advice. By the way, 855-839-1210. We'll continue with all of it right around the corner.
When you go on vacation, does it make sense to have someone else pack for you? Of course not. The same can be said for your retirement. Your 401k could be packed with things you don't know about or even need. If you're close to retirement but don't have a plan customized to your goals, that's kind of like taking a 30-year vacation with no idea what's in your suitcase. Seems like a stressful way to start what should be a relaxing time. Jim Cipriotti and the Retire Ready Financial Group can help you unpack your savings and build a plan to help reduce future taxes, along with a clearly defined income strategy. Call Jim at 610-894-7415 for your complimentary retirement game plan, or visit retirereadyfg.com. That's 610-894-7415.
Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
Prescription products require completion of an online medication consultation with an independent healthcare provider through the LifeMD platform and are only available if prescribed. Subscription required. Individual results may vary. Additional restrictions apply at lifemd.com. Read all warnings before using GLP-1s. Side effects may include a risk of thyroid C-cell tumors. Do not use GLP-1s if you or your family have a history of thyroid cancer.
Confused on where to start with weight loss medication? 95% of LifeMD patients said starting their weight loss journey was simple. Go to trylifemd.com now and see the best options with or without insurance for Wegovy, Zepbound, and more. Brian was approved for insurance coverage and lost 100 pounds.
I love the fact that insurance covered almost everything because pharmaceutical prices are going through the roof. The first time I realized that LifeMD was working for me was when the hunger started going away. I never thought losing weight would be this easy. It's given me more energy. I would recommend LifeMD to anybody.
Nearly 96% of patients said they would recommend the LifeMD program to anyone who wants to lose weight. Get started right now at trylifemd.com. That's TRYLIFEMD.com.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/radio for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/radio for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/radio. See representative for warranty details.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. Ever wonder why Big Wireless wants you on an unlimited plan? They probably want you to cover the cost of those 20-somethings using all that data every month. But most people 50 and up like me only use 12 gigs or less. Don't get bamboozled by Big Wireless. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Our plans start at just $20, and we use the same towers as the big guys. Join the millions who choose something better, because if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/fax or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Yo, Langhorne. Thanks for listening to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Just as significantly, Medicare and Medicaid will finally cover the cost of these weight loss drugs for millions of patients suffering from obesity. Co-pays for Medicare patients will be as low as $50. This is tremendous savings. I mean, now you're talking about from $1,350 to $50. This is tremendous news for the American seniors. And you all remember when I had 1/8 of 1% for the year. I cut it 1/8, and I was so thrilled. But now we're cutting it 1,000%, 1,200%. Nobody's ever seen anything like this. Nobody else could have done it, but I say that modestly.
So this is President Trump making this big announcement, and it's a deal with Big Pharma, yes, Eli Lilly, Novo Nordisk. And what they're going to do here with these weight loss drug prices and even offer Medicare coverage, this is historic. And they've been working on this. So this is not a shocker or any kind of a surprise, because we've been reading about it. I've been reporting on it. But the prices of these drugs have been crazy. This is a landmark effort, they say, to expand access to these costly blockbuster treatments, which are a game changer in the whole weight loss industry. And so these deals lower prices of the GLP-1 drugs on Medicare and Medicaid. They offer the treatments directly to consumers at the discount on a website the Trump administration will be launching, and that's upcoming January 2026. Okay. Now, what I'm learning, and my news source right now is CNBC, that I'm looking through many different news sources, including the White House press releases as well. I look at everything every day, but it will be called reportedly TrumpRx.gov. So TrumpRx.gov will be launched in January of 2026. So it won't just be this one. This makes the splash and the headlines, but many other medications that will be more affordable that can go directly for consumers. The deals are among those, that are significant. These are big announcements, and this is all part of the Trump administration's efforts to really rein in these high prescription drug costs that President Trump has been talking about forever. I mean, I remember him talking about this after the golden escalator, if you will. And so in this one, he is really declaring a victory to try to lower some of these prescription drug costs, because we in the United States of America, just in general, no matter what it is, it could be a pill for, to help with heart issues. It could be cholesterol. It could be an IUD and birth control. Anywhere else in the world, it's way cheaper. We always pay more. Why? Okay. I've talked about insulin. Don't even get me started with insulin, which in around 1920 was discovered in Canada. And the person who discovered it, and I've done big segments on this, so I won't bore you, but look up insulin, which is a type of a hormone that most of us make naturally. Prior to that time, if you had the rare autoimmune deadly disease identified as T1D, type 1 diabetes, you were pretty much dead within 2 to 4 years. It was very rare if you lived beyond that 4-year period because it's deadly, because your body, your pancreas cannot produce a life-saving, thing called insulin, which is the natural way that our bodies control blood sugars, glucose levels, it's called. Okay. And so they discovered it, knew that it would save people, donated the patent to the University of Canada for free, saying nobody should ever be charged for this. And guess who charges for it? Of course, right here in the USA. Nobody else does. In the world, it's a sin. And remember, Joe Biden had that little kid, and I did all those segments, and they were going, oh, well, for some of you, if you're on these programs or elderly or whatever, you're going to get it for $35, but not so much for everybody else. I mean, the big lie, blah, blah, blah. I won't digress to that point, but it's ridiculous. And so I guess the part that I'm conflicted with, and maybe you are conflicted too. So how do you feel about this? Because on one hand, we want our prescription medications to be lower, and President Trump is doing that. And he's made this deal with Eli Lilly, Novo Nordisk, etc. And these are very expensive blockbuster treatments. I don't know the price, but I'm told, I want to say I've heard that and I was trying to look it up, about $1,000 a month, and not all insurance plans cover it. And so it's very costly. And so he's saying, no, we're going to get all these different medications under control. And this one, man, to go from $1,000 to $50, and then on top of it, insurance covers it, and as well your Medicare, Medicaid, etc. But are you worried that President Trump, in doing that, which is the will of the people, and he's promised to do it, but did he make a deal with the devil? 855-839-1210. Let's listen to Dr. Oz, leading heart surgeon in the nation. That's why Oprah picked him. And a brilliant guy, right? Went to school here, met and fell in love with his wife, who's from here. Listen in. Here's Dr. Oz.
But it does make itself clear that the real stake here is the forgotten man. President Trump, I believe you won the election because you remember the forgotten man. You speak to them, they hear you, they listen to you, and he connects well because he actually does things that materially change their lives. Secretary Kennedy spoke passionately, as he always does, about the problems with obesity. And just to put some very fine point numbers on this, obesity itself is responsible for half of all chronic disease and definitely generates more than a quarter of all the money we spend out of CMS, the $1.75 trillion that we spend annually. We need to address this tempest of dramatically increasing prices for healthcare, and you're not going to do it just by throwing money at the problem. You have to actually literally deal with the causes of the increase in price, and pharmaceutical prices are a part of that. They've been a part of it for a long time, but this president insisted that we address it. In fact, the first time I heard this directly from you, sir, was in January at Mar-a-Lago, where he took Secretary Kennedy, myself, Mr. Ricks, who you'll hear from in a second, to dinner, and demanded explanations for most favored nation pricing and what's wrong with it. And there was not a good reason against it. Now, MAHA is critical. America will have to get fit in order to right-size the healthcare system, and MAHA has the answers. It has obesity management through diet and exercise and sleep and dealing with issues related to that. And I want to say it as clear as I can. Obesity is not an absence of GLP-1 drugs. We're all clear on that. But as Secretary Kennedy said, it is an arrow in our quiver that we must use and should use. The MAHA movement means making it easier for the right things to happen, easier for you to be healthy. If you're sitting at home and watching, that's what MAHA means to me. Reducing costs of the number one most expensive medicine category in our country for Americans does just that. It is as MAHA as it gets. Today's the fourth MFN. President Trump highlighted the first three. Leading U.S. company, leading European company. We've dropped in fertility drugs, so we'll make lots of Trump babies, I'm hoping, by the midterms. But it's really about fairness. Fundamentally, it's fairness in pricing to Americans who have been getting ripped off, paying 3 times more than their European counterparts for the exact same product made in the same factory, in the same bottle, in the same packaging. We shouldn't be paying 3 times more, and we are no longer doing that. Fairness to the forgotten man also means dealing with the reality that they can afford a life-saving, life-changing drug that 10% or more of affluent Americans take, but folks without means can't manage it. Secretary Kennedy mentioned New York City. Actually, the number one zip code is the Upper East Side, which is where you have property. And folks who know ritzy areas buy important real estate there because those real estate properties are worth a lot there. That should not be the number one zip code in America for purchasing GLP-1 drugs. It speaks to the fact that we have an inherently, innately unfair system that penalizes folks who can use these medications the most, folks in the Rust Belt. Now, what are you supposed to do if the right thing to do for your health is right there, but you can't afford to get it? Folks need to be able to utilize these life-saving medications, and being fair about its distribution is essential. And we are democratizing access to these medications and dealing with a moral imperative to make sure that all Americans have access to avoiding all the obesity-related complications by making sure they can afford, if they do things right, not just MAHA-appropriate interventions, but also medications like this. In fact, we think these deals, and this part's very important, we believe these deals within 2 years, by the time the ink dries on these contracts that were signed earlier today, within 2 years, based on our health improvements, we will be budget neutral. These drugs will not cost us money. The American taxpayers will be getting their money back. That's how important it is for us to reduce the cost of health care in this country, especially when it's due to preventable problems like obesity. In addition, we have an update, Secretary Kennedy. We thought it was 125 million pounds. Mr. President, our estimate, based on the company numbers as well, is Americans will lose 135 billion pounds by the midterms. But I don't measure it in pounds. I measure it in saved lives. People can sleep again because they can breathe when they go to bed. Folks whose knees don't hurt. People who don't have heart attacks, renal failure, dementia, all the things we know are associated with obesity and much more. This wouldn't have happened if we didn't have the right tools and had the ability with a team that has been spoken of early. So I want to call out Abe Sutton. He's in the back right there. He leads the CMS Innovation Center. It made the deal possible. And they're announcing today a brand new model aimed at getting to the vulnerable populations amongst us these medications. The forgotten man will be able to afford these drugs now. Governors will be thanking President Trump. They should be calling directly, sir.
Let me just do this because I want to take you through it. And so what does this mean? How is it going to work starting in the new year? Eli Lilly, Novo Nordisk will offer the $245 monthly price for GLP-1s to all 50 states' Medicaid programs, and then states can opt into those prices, and the drugs would also be available for cash pay on Trump RX. That would start no later than January for $350 a month or less, and then trending down to that $245 amount that Dr. Oz referred to over a 2-year period to even bring it down further. And then, and here's the point he's making, in return for cutting the prices, what do the drug makers get access to? What do they get? Well, they get access to a whole new group of patients, the everyman, the every person that Dr. Oz is speaking of. And that would be, this would deal with tariffs. So it also solves another issue with any kind of uncertainty around tariffs, because this makes it, these are finite numbers. So it gets rid of any issue with pharmaceuticals worrying about any kind of tariffs, because now you've got the guarantee, you've got the lock, and you get priority review by the Food and Drug Administration for certain drugs. Now, I don't know what those other drugs are, but that's like some of the details that I want to find out about. But in this one, think about it. What they're saying is that wealthy people have been doing this. movie stars. We see all the famous people, and all of a sudden, and there were jokes about it at different award ceremonies, that people who had struggled with their weight, Oprah, right, for like as long as we've known those celebrities to be famous, and all of a sudden they're just like so skinny because they're doing this. And so this is going to elongate their lives. And so what they're saying is there's an inequity there. That's not fair. That poor people who, by the way, now would rely on, especially if you're a retiree or on Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, all that stuff, and you need a hip replacement or a knee replacement or a heart surgery and all this stuff. So in the short run, what do you do? First of all, or in the long run, I should say, what are you doing? You are making it so that no matter what your income bracket or your zip code, you are going to live a longer, healthier life. And you're going to have access to this if your doctor says, you need it. And I believe the index, the BMI index, would be greater than 35. And so that's who it would be, the severely obese with the larger body mass index, if they've, can't, and also prediabetes is another one. So that it would be a game changer in their lives and they would have the opportunity for this. And so what does that do overall if you think about it? Well, obviously it saves everybody money because we live in a time now where you think about senior citizens, number one, but then you think about anybody else who's within the system getting this kind of aid. Well, it makes America healthier. What does that mean? That means it's it unburdens, remember the unburden? But it does. It takes that financial burden off of paying for all of these surgeries and all of this medication and all of this that we've all been paying for. But as well, you're also helping out your workforce. People who've been out on disability now are going to be healthier and they can get a job and they're employable and they're happier. I mean, to me, there are so many pieces of this that are a win-win. But yeah, we have to look at the fine print, right? So you have to watch all of it together. 855-839-1210. We'll talk more about this and get into it. And I like the idea. I do like the idea of the fact that what they're saying is that ever since this stuff was invented, we saw the rich and famous or even wealthier people can afford the $1,000+ price tag. And that's a good point, that it's really not fair. And that's true, especially when it's going to save your life or automatically put at a minimum 10 extra years on your lifespan. That's incredible. So 855-839-1210, I'd love to hear from you. But let me talk about one of our great sponsors, Wind Beneath Our Wings, as we talk about Piazza Auto Group. And I'm reporting live, Dawn Stensland here at Dawn Stensland on X. Follow me on all the socials, Insta. But I'm reporting live from the Piazza Auto Group and the PiazzaPremiumAutos.com studios here for you on this Friday. Happy Friday. But I want to take you to my friends at Piazza Nissan of Ardmore. 0% financing for 60 months on their most popular SUVs. 2025 Pathfinder, Rogue, Murano. My husband Larry drove a Rogue for years. Loved it. Great vehicle, and the new ones are beautiful. 0%, 60 months on new models from the brand ranked #1 by J.D. Power for new vehicle high quality. Drive away in a brand new Nissan today from my friends at Piazza, located right there in Lancaster Pike. This is in Ardmore. Online, piazzanissan.com, Piazza, piazzanissan.com. Stay right there. We have a lot more for you, some breaking news I want to get to. This is The Dawn Show. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/deal for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for Window Nation. When I'm on the field, I'm always looking for a window of opportunity. If you're looking for a window of opportunity to replace windows in your home, now's the time.
Window Nation puts an end to your window problems. You'll save big too with 50% off all window styles. Plus, you can get 0 interest for 5 years. Hurry, this sale ends soon. So schedule your free estimate right now at windownation.com. Tell them you heard it on 1210 WPHT.
Don't pay more than you have to for new windows. Visit windownation.com.
Newsmax, you like Newsmax. I like it too. Newsmax has been terrific.
President Trump is right. Millions like you are tuning into Newsmax. You're watching Newsmax on cable. You're going to our streaming channel, Newsmax 2. And you're downloading our free Newsmax app on your smartphones and TVs. Reuters Institute says we're now one of the top news brands in the nation. Every night, watch great shows with Rob Schmidt, Carl Higbie, Rob Finnerty, and more as they expose the big media lies, the Washington swamp, and they're never afraid to talk about faith, freedom, and the values that made us great. Find out why Newsmax is the fastest-growing news channel in America. Make the switch today and join our news revolution. Get Newsmax on cable, on streaming, and download the free app today. It takes just seconds to start. Let President Trump know you stand with Newsmax. It's for real news, for real people. Make the switch today.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 1039 FM.
Cancellations are up at Philly International as the airlines begin implementing the 10% cut in air traffic. Why do Philly fans take our sports so seriously? A new YouTube series tackles that very question. Football's favorite singing trio released something special for the holidays.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
This information should not be taken as legal or medical advice. We are an advocacy organization sponsored by law firms. For information about all your legal rights and medical matters, consult with a mesothelioma attorney and healthcare provider. Prior results do not predict a similar outcome.
If you or someone you love worked around asbestos in construction, factories, or the military, you need to hear this. No amount of asbestos exposure is considered safe, and family history or overall health can raise the risk of mesothelioma. The Mesothelioma Center at asbestos.com brings together oncology navigators and veteran specialists to help find the right doctors, sort out insurance, and connect you with clinical trials, home health, and emotional support, all at no cost to you. We can also help you secure financial assistance to help pay medical expenses. A diagnosis can feel overwhelming, but mesothelioma is not the same prognosis as it was years ago. There is help and hope. Visit asbestos.com or call 800-681-1941. That's 800-681-1941. 800-681-1941.
Yo, Philly! Ike Reese here. You can feel it. The air's cooler, football's hotter, and that means it's tasty cake season. I'm talking about those limited edition fall flavors like pumpkin pie and salted caramel donuts. the perfect game day snack while you're watching the birds. Whether you're tailgating or kicking back on the couch, make it a win with Tasty Cake. Grab yours before the season ends, and you know the deal. Accept no substitutes.
Give yourself the gift of 3% cash back on every purchase this holiday season when using your American Heritage Cash Reward MasterCard. From now through January 31st, 2026, earn 3% cash back on every transaction. Gifts, groceries, travel, and gas. You'll earn 3% cash back on it all. Plus, receive a $150 bonus reward when you spend $1,500 in the first 90 days. Visit AmericanHeritageCU.org/cashback. Insured by the NCUA. Not a member? Join today. Equal opportunity lender.
Fall is in the air. The leaves are turning, the games are on, and love is in season. If you're thinking about getting engaged, now's the perfect time to visit Cozy Jewelers in Newtown Square. This family-owned jeweler has been helping couples for 35 years with stunning rings, expert guidance, and custom in-house designs. And when it comes to the perfect ring, don't forget the 5th C. Cut, color, clarity, carat, and cozy. Make this fall unforgettable with Cozy Jewelers.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Yes, the government shutdown continues. 3 Chinese scholars under arrest, accused of attempting to smuggle biological materials into the United States of America. A riveting interview coming up, and you got to hear this. But I have to admit, I did something, and this, I did something really, I did a bad thing. I did a bad thing, bad to the bone, bad thing. Okay, here's the thing. If you don't know this about me, I'm on the air 30 hours live every week, right? 30 hours. This was an election week. We're all basically giddy, drunk after this week. Do you know what I'm saying? Drunk, like not sleeping enough drunk. And so in my 29th hour, I get a little goofy. I was telling Justin and John this, and I'm like, you guys, So I text Zioli because I get playful and I like to prank. My brother always we used to prank each other all the time. So I go, Rich, heads up. I'm so sorry to say Justin is back on mornings next week, maybe all month. Has he texted you yet?
Nothing yet.
So he texts me, why are you trying to ruin my weekend? So I know I shouldn't do this, but I just I had to jab him, my brother and I used to do this all the time to each other. We would and we still do, John, my brother John. So Zioli's like my brother, you guys are like my brothers. Why are you trying to ruin? He's probably not listening because he's at the, what do you think he's doing right now? I looked up because at first I thought if he's on Fox, because he's often on Fox at this time, because I think Dana's on, whatever. So he's not on right now, but he's probably in hair and makeup, and he's telling the makeup artist, "I can't believe it," and and this is last minute.
They took my producer again.
So I can't believe he didn't text you though. Let's see, how long should I let this go? Should I immediately say, "Tee-hee, just playing," or should I? What do you think?
I think we let it ride for the rest of the show.
Let it ride for an hour? All right.
Yeah. Well, at least until the crossover with Dom.
So 855-839-1210. You can let me know, am I being mean and cruel? And I'll just plead to you brain deadness with, in my 29th hour. I'm allowed.
It's certain someone's calling in right now.
Oh, what?
Mr. Zioli may be calling in right now.
Uh-oh. Hey, Rich. Hello? Is he calling? Uh-oh, he's talking to Justin. What's he saying? Is he on? Hey, Rich.
I have you no soul. Honestly. This has been a very tough week, and this is how you want to, on my Friday? I mean... Really? not been through enough this week? You just got to add this?
I don't know why I get goofy in my 29th. I don't know. It's Friday, and I go, hey, Justin, and he tried to talk. In his defense, he loves you. In his defense, he was trying to talk me out, like, don't do that to him. And I was like, hee hee hee. And so he has nothing to do with it.
It's all you. It's your evil side coming out. It's dark dawn coming out. The dark side of dawn. Fine. You got me, too. You got me, and... I turned on the radio, and I heard you say that you were... And I said, fine, I'm calling.
I love
You're
it.
lucky I'm in the car, and I'm not at Fox getting makeup, and...
Well, I love you. I'm sorry. Like, I can hear in his voice. I'm like, I really... In all the years we've been together, I think this is like the maddest I've actually ever... I couldn't help it. I just had to prank you. I know. And the thing is, paybacks are hell because you're more... I mean, you're so smart. Like, he's going to get me back. So there's that. But I had to do it.
Well, no, well done. Good job. You got me. And thank God it's not happening. So let's say. But the upside is that I'm not actually working today, so this is good.
All right.
So now I'm actually on the radio station, so this kind of counts as a work day now.
That's right.
So thank you. You did tell. Yeah. So I can check this box off. Like I work today. Thank you.
Well, we love you. And I know it's a big weekend because you're coming in. I think of my friend when I first started, and thank you to you. You remember we did our, like, it was 10 years ago, this week that you were like, yay. And we were so excited. And I was going to be coming on with you and Greg Stocker. And I love you guys are always my radio brothers because you fought for me to get the job. And
we did it. Went to the mattresses for you.
Oh my gosh, you did. And
as they say, it's mafia. Yeah.
And what favors you and Greg and others did, like, I don't want to know what favors you did for anybody, but I do appreciate it. I'm grateful.
Well, it was the best thing that could happen to the station. And so Patrick's birthday's coming up Tuesday. It's 11/11. His 11th birthday on 11/11.
Which
11. Isn't that cool?
Yes, it's his goal. That's what the thing was. I was thinking yesterday. It's known as your golden birthday because it's 11. You're 11 on the 11th on Veterans Day, which is amazing. Yeah. And these 10 years, and as you know, with your little boy and your beautiful children, for you and Bridget, it flew, didn't it?
It did flow, and the kids are off today because of the teachers' convention. And so I'm going to take them out to lunch and hang out with them. And also after this week, my brain is literally fried. So I need a day. But Dawn, I have some news, and I wanted to actually announce it on your show because it seems appropriate for this. We talked a lot, Bridget and I, about this, and I want to let you know, Dawn, she's pregnant.
She's pregnant?
And I wanted to let you know on your show. Yes.
Oh, my goodness. Congratulations. Congratulations to Bridget. So baby number 4.
Yeah.
Wow. You're going to be working forever.
Yeah, except she's not pregnant, and the odds of her being pregnant at this point are 1,000,000,000 to 1. So
is that
there you go.
That was your...
That's my revenge.
Let me tell you something, my friend. You just jinxed yourself because my grandmother, like some women, I have an uncle, believe it or not, because my mom is one of like 6 kids. I have an uncle who's like my age because my mom and her mom were, believe it or not, some women. I'm telling you, so this joke. God may play the ultimate prank on you. You're gonna get back from lunch. You're gonna get back from lunch, and Bridget's gonna be like, yeah, I just peed on the stick, and you know what?
Yeah, that's definitely not happening. I can tell you that. We have a whole bunch of protocols in place to make sure that nothing goes past the goalie this time. Let me just say.
Well, you're a good sport. You've done amazing work this week, in a crazy election week. Have fun with the kiddies, and happy birthday to Patrick. I know we'll talk next week, but I can't believe he's already going to be 11 years old.
We are gonna get a dog though. We're gonna do that.
That is awesome. Oh, that's wonderful.
So we're definitely gonna get a dog. The kids want a dog really bad,
Oh.
and we finally convinced Bridget to get one. We broke her down. It took years, but we finally broke her down. So,
I love it. You're going to love your dog. And you'll be walking the dog.
Yeah. Yeah. And Dawn.
What?
I heard you went after certain political candidates yesterday who ran for governor in New Jersey. I heard you did.
I did. I'm naming names. I'm telling you, I think maybe it's the exhausted brain, but I'm like, that's it. I'm calling a spade a spade. Bill Spadia never endorsing Chitterelli. Shame. Walk naked through the streets of South. No, don't. But, and then the other one's Chris Christie.
Oh, you're so funny.
And Chris Christie.
Well, that guy.
Chris Christie, as Yoli has said for years, you're never getting a job in the administration. It's like dangle, 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 psych, never going to get a job, angry. It's like a woman spurned. He's a Sicilian spurned, and he'll never get a job. And so I think he is undermining, I'm naming names. I'm tired of all of them.
Do you think, and in all seriousness now, do you think after the big announcement yesterday, and I heard your great coverage of that, do you think he's going to go on the Ozempic now that they lowered the price?
Probably. Yeah. And maybe
that's the question, right?
Yeah, but I still think I think that's, think about the people that we're talking about, the ego of it's all about me, instead of thinking about seriously the people of New Jersey and what's best for them, and literally trying to undermine a candidate, Jack Chitterelli, who is way, way better for New Jersey. That's the definition of people being selfish and having a big, fat ego, among other things.
Yes.
Shame.
I agree.
Shame. Game of
Shame.
Thrones.
Shame.
But listen, my friend, thank you for everything. You know I love you. I hope you have a wonderful lunch with the kiddies, giving Bridget a break. Look at you.
Well, I love you too, Dawn. Happy anniversary.
Thank you,
baby. Great that you're Big Ten. Enjoy it. And Justin, thank God you're back. I can't wait for you to be back.
See you on Monday, boss.
Don't try this crap again, Stensley.
Yes, sir.
And revenge is a dish best served cold. Just remember that.
I hear you. Bye-bye.
All right.
We love Zioli.
Have a good weekend. Bye.
Oh, that was good. That was so good.
I
couldn't
expecting
resist.
him to call, immediately just be there ready to call me.
I seriously thought he's not going to hear it. I just thought I could get away with it and have a little fun and just troll him. But
he was locked in.
I know. He's like, oh no. Well, that was fun. Wow, that was unexpected, but that was fun, wasn't it?
Yeah. Always love hearing from Rich.
All right. Well, by that time, so we'll get to this. I do hope we can get to this. Some revelations with these individuals in this country shouldn't have been here in the first place. And oh my goodness. And we're an agriculture state. And that's why and not just Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Delaware, across our region, this is a relevant story locally and nationally. So we'll get to that one. We have, hopefully Kathy Barnett will be joining us. We'll talk to her after this dizzying week. We have a lot to update you on. There's so much breaking. Thanks for being here today. Be right back.
Price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, hims.com/JOY.
Do you know your numbers? What numbers? Your heart health numbers, your blood pressure, your cholesterol, your blood sugar, and your body mass index. They're important, so ask your doctor. Learn your numbers, and if something doesn't seem right with them, see a Deborah specialist at one of our offices throughout South Jersey. After all, when it's your heart, you don't take chances. Find a specialist near you at demanddeborah.org.
Bet365 is paying out. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. TNC Supply.
In the year 2021, all pet food sold comprised of 94% dry kibble. And now, 5 years later, only 61% continues to be kibble. And everything else is alternative fresh diets. At the Dogs and Cats Rule stores, we have been the leader of fresh premium foods from the beginning. Whether it be raw, gently cooked, air-dried, dehydrated, freeze-dried, and of course that previously mentioned kibble, Dogs and Cats Rule has the largest selection of cutting-edge products of any of the neighborhood pet stores. That's Dogs and Cats Rule. Shop small, shop local, shop family.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. I've taken to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
At Citizens, we help make sense of your money and all your money questions.
Should I pay down my debt or start an emergency fund?
Is now the right time to start saving?
How can I move my financial goalposts even an inch?
Can money actually buy happiness?
What's it take to live like a royal in Queen Village?
Whatever money questions you have, Citizens has the answers. Make sense of your money at citizensbank.com/made-ready. Member FDIC.
Get behind the wheel of a brand new 2026 Chevy. Now lease a brand new Chevy Equinox just $289 a month for 36 months. Need more muscle? Jump into a 2026 Silverado 1500 RST. Lease for $499 a month for 39 months or finance it with 0% APR. Visit Hester Chevy of Cherry Hill. Check us out online at HesterChevyCH.com. Call 856-406-6397 for details. Together, let's drive.
Hester Chevrolet! When I grow up, I want to be a new pair of blue jeans.
When I grow up, I want to be a kid's first computer.
I want to be a warm place on a cold day.
Football
I want to be a
stadium.
bike that races around the country.
I want to be a bench on a forest trail.
When I grow up, I don't want to be a piece of garbage. And if you recycle me, I won't be.
Give your garbage another life. Recycle. Learn how at iwanttoberecycled.org. Brought to you by Keep America Beautiful and the Ad Council.
Free speech lives here with Rich Zioli weekday afternoons 3 till 7 on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
A lot of news to get to. By the way, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent is in South Carolina right now for that manufacturing big meeting there with South Carolina's new rare earth mineral processing center. And it's going to help cut costs, break China's chokehold on the industry in the AI race to be first, if you will. But in that one, Bessent, I know that he was speaking out ahead of that, saying the plant marked a manufacturing comeback in the USA and will create jobs and ease prices. This as President Trump's economy takes shape. So just one headline I wanted to bring to you this morning as to where everybody is in the administration. So talking about that one. Let's get to, do we have Kathy? Kathy Barnett, who's, as you know, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT host, a mom, a wife, a goddess, in my opinion, and going national as well. Hey, my friend.
Hello, how are you?
I'm doing great. Another congratulations. You are just always working it. You're working so hard, But congratulations, because I got, I saw that you're, have your website up and running, doing national, doing local here, and just always making a difference wherever you are.
I'm very grateful. Yes, starting last Saturday, my little show, the Kathy Barnett Show, has been picked up by Salem Radio Network. WPHT 1210 is my flagship station, but I'm very grateful for the opportunity to be able to. Because I said it so many times, we have the best message in the Republican Party among conservatives. We just got to get better people to tell that story. And I think we saw a lot of that this week. I know there are some on our side of the political aisle who would like us to believe there's nothing to see here, that, it's just red states voting red, blue states voting blue, nothing to see here, let's move on. But I don't think so. And I've been talking about it for some time. People are squeezed. And although people like Ma'am Donnie and others have nothing good to offer the people, they're basically parroting back to the people what the people are feeling, right? Rent is too high. Yeah, you're right. The cost of food is too expensive. Yeah, that's true. And so all they're doing is parroting back what the people are feeling. And I think we have a better story, a better policy, better answers, but we just need to continue to get that message out there. So I'm very grateful for the platforms.
Yeah, just so proud of you and I'm not surprised at all, but I love to see it. And we always want to celebrate Kathy Barnett. I wanted to ask you about a local story, Kathy, and this is our Philadelphia Mayor Sherelle Parker at Temple University, and they've had this task force in Philadelphia, a home appraisal bias task force. And this is fascinating to me, as they worked with Ira Goldstein, who's the president of Policy Solutions at Reinvestment Fund. So they worked with different financial people. So they held this information session at Temple University yesterday at the Center City campus, Temple. And so Mayor Parker, the only one, by the way, who I see covering this, none of the TV stations to my knowledge were there. It received some print coverage, but our sibling station, KYW News Radio, covered it. I just wanted to, this is a really different kind of story and a different idea here to tackle this affordability issue, but in a different way. Can you play, Justin, just play a little bit of what played on our sibling station, KYW News Radio? This is the City Hall reporter, Pat Loeb.
Let's say that it is not a sexy issue.
Mayor Sherelle Parker says it's hard to get people excited about real estate appraisals.
I mean, I don't walk into a room as mayor of the city of Philadelphia and begin talking about appraisal bias and people say, yes, that's an important issue.
But she says it's a significant factor in the wealth disparity between Black, Hispanic, and white Philadelphians. Low appraisals rob homeowners of value and can make mortgages impossible to get, blocking would-be buyers from getting into the housing market. City Planning Director Jesse Lawrence says it adds up.
The Economy League in Greater Philadelphia has estimated $57 billion of a gap in appreciation of values between comparable properties in majority white neighborhoods versus those that are non-white.
The mayor's appraisal bias program sponsored a session on the issue, both to raise awareness and to recruit a new, more diverse set of appraisers. Currently, officials say, more than 95% of the city's appraisers are white. Pat Loeb, KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
So, Kathy, we rarely, if ever, air a full report, but that's the only place. I think Pat Loeb and KYW, to their credit, are the only ones that I think were there and covered that. I just wanted to get your take on it, because this is something I haven't heard of this happening in other cities, and they're talking about these low appraisals and that it's part of the affordability issue. Do you have any thoughts on this?
Yeah, well, I mean, I did not know that this was going. I did not know that Mayor Parker was having this meeting, and that she was having this conversation. I'm glad that she is. I do not believe the answer will be resolved by having a more diverse workforce. I think it's holding people accountable. But nonetheless, I think getting the message out and getting the story out is very important. I read a report last week that said the average age for first-time home buyers is now 40 years old. That just came out this week. In 1980, the average age for a first-time home buyer was 20 years old, in their late 20s. So we have a number of issues. This appraisal bias is certainly a big issue, since the majority of the wealth of Americans are in their home. And if your home is not being appraised properly, then obviously that impacts not only the amount of equity that you have in your home, but also mortgage approval and whether or not you will be able to afford that home, to be able to move out of one zip code and into a better zip code. So all of those things are very important. Also inflation, but also BlackRock, these large asset managers being able to come in and outbid a 20-year-old for a single family first-time home purchase and then get them out of the market. We have a number of issues that is making homes less affordable. The fact that we're not building more homes, so a contraction in the number of homes that are available. We have a number of issues. I think, if anyone is going to be able to address any of these issues in a meaningful way, I think it would be the Republican Party and the policies that we espouse. But we've got to get our side to stop talking about how much we're winning and actually go out here on the ground and address these issues. Otherwise, what we saw in this last election, where Democrats essentially swept across the nation, is going to continue to happen. People will trade in freedom for freebies or for some kind of relief from the squeeze. Even if they're not going to get it, it feels good that someone is addressing it. So bravo to Mayor Parker. I have not heard about this appraisal bias. I'm not surprised. And if it really is a real thing, I'm glad she's focusing on it. And I would advise the Republican Party to figure out ways to address these issues as well.
Yeah, I mean, to me, I agree with you. I think that a lot of times, and even I found myself in kind of an uncomfortable spot earlier this week with Greg Stocker and Nick Cale. And we played Wanda Sykes, that soundbite where she was at a different convention with women. It was a women's convention more, and Wanda just in an offhanded moment, like somebody was asking her questions, and she said, hey, if I'm hiring, because obviously she's a very successful comedian and television and film personality, that sort of thing. She said, if I'm hiring and I have the choice between, basically two candidates that are the same, but one is like a dude, and I can't remember, she might have said, I think she just said man versus woman, but somewhere in there maybe interjected if she's a black woman and they're about the same I'm going to go with the black woman. And so it was interesting to me because the guys on the show in the morning show were like, well, that's if the other person was more qualified, I would just go with the most qualified. And my answer to them, which I didn't even mean to be a provocateur, I just said, well, come on, this is what white guys have been doing for years. You hire who you're most comfortable. That's all she's saying. She's saying what white dudes have been saying. And oh boy, like they got really, it became like this whole heated thing. Am I wrong here? Like, I just think we have to have these conversations about bias is real. It doesn't mean hate. But if we address it, I think we can solve a whole lot of things and just make people aware and see things differently.
Yeah, I mean, and this is the reason why we love you, Dawn, because these are the very real conversations that we should be having in the Republican Party among conservatives, along the lines of people who think like us. We can't say meritocracy, 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 and then you saw what they did to me in my 2022 race.
Yep.
It wasn't about the best person. It was about the person that a certain group of people wanted, and they were willing to do whatever they needed to do in order to get their person across the line. We see nepotism all over the place. And so that is a reality. Now, my solution, or what I think is best, and it was one of the conversations we had at my Seed and Root Summit a couple of Saturdays ago, and that was the power of respectability. And it was the chief it was the chief tool, the chief weapon that we used as Black people coming out of the Emancipation Proclamation, moving through Jim Crow and segregation and everything in between, having self-respect, and then presenting ourselves in a respectable manner that allowed other people to see worth and value in us, is how Black people were able to go from, again, slavery to becoming, by the 20s, we were thriving by the 20s, 300% in the number of doctors and lawyers and mathematicians and engineers. And it wasn't until we moved, into the late 60s, early 70s that you begin to see all of that progress come to a screeching halt, because now it wasn't about your effort and your work and what in your meritocracy and what you're putting forth. Now, all of a sudden, there was a big spotlight on equity and freedom, and liberties, and we got to give people something, right? And it immediately becomes, no matter how good the intention is of trying to help people, you begin to dilute the value of work. And with what comes with work is dignity and pride and purpose. So although I get it where we say, we want to, be more equitable, and we want to, find ways to bring, to help people come up. When I look at how Black people were thriving before white liberals decided to help us, it is night and day on how we were thriving before anyone wanted to help the Black community to what happened after LBJ, Great Society, all these different bills and projects to help Black people. It's night and day to see what it takes for a group of people who who have suffered injustices to be able to build a comparable life. We were getting ready to eclipse even white people in this nation, kind of like how Indians have eclipsed the white people in this nation. When you look at, the profitability and their, their assets and wealth, Black people were also about to eclipse white people in this nation until LBJ and white liberals decided to help us. So stop helping people. Just go out here, the best man win, and life is not fair. Life is hard. Sometimes you get the the short end of the stick. But in this country, what has made us so great is that someone like me, who come from less than nothing, can keep her nose clean, follow some basic rules, wait to get married before I have children, get educated about something, and go out here, show up on time, put a smile on your face, and work really hard, save, don't live on credit card debt, and you can begin to build a life. Now, we all saw what happened in my 2022 race. They stole something that I had earned, right? And that makes me feel some kind of way, but I don't think the solution is next time around just install me because I'm Black. I think the solution is for us to put a big spotlight on people like Sean Hannity and others who lied, and hold our party accountable for what we do to fellow Republicans in the primary. We're so despicable in how we try to destroy people in the primary, and then we get to the general and we try to act like we're, saints, and we're not. So I think we have to do a better job on that.
Amen.
Long-winded answer, but there you go.
No, it was perfect. I just glanced down. I mean, I think everybody follows you. It's Kathy for Truth, Kathy Barnett. But I glanced down. You're pinned on X, your pinned tweet or whatever you call it. You say in there, when the government becomes your provider, marriage becomes optional. Then you quote Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. about, what's so important in cherishing family. And then you end by saying that dependency, how it's so destructive to the family, faith and family, restore it. And you have your thread there, but it's one of the reasons everybody should follow you. But, and here we are talking about that, but that's so profound, your statement that you have there. And that's just it, that people are led to believe that Democrats are kinder and that they want to be more supportive, but it's almost like a passive aggressive thing where I mean, it's so disingenuous. They actually just want to control all of us. And they've convinced certain voters, blocks of voters, to be dependent and just not even to shop around. And we on the right have to convince people, just shop around, right?
And I think, I mean, and as irritating as it is, right, to see people voting for Steve Bannon labeled Mamdani a Bolshevik, Marxist, jihadist. Right? I mean, all the bad things you could possibly think of. And so we get very irritated that people would listen to the honey dripping from his lips and not realize that this has never worked in around the world. It's not going to work now. This is actually a bad idea. People like us, we see through it. It's very irritating. But let me tell you something. When people are being squeezed, sometimes honey sounds good, right? Mm-hmm. And so we need to see that although we want to pull out our charts and our numbers, we have the best story to tell. We need to find better people to tell it. We need to lead with the heart, as irritating as that is when you're in a war. But it is obviously something has gone wrong with how we're doing things. And I don't think it's just because red is voting red and blue is voting blue. I don't think it's just, Trump's in office, so the off year, it swings the other way. That's what political consultants say, because their agenda is to just keep you coming back to them so they can make millions and millions of dollars off you. Political class, their agenda is not to win. Their agenda is to stay in power and to continue to make money. They don't care if the boat is sinking, as long as they're the ones in charge as it sinks. But well you said. And I and your listeners, we care, because we have to live under these people and under these policies. And most of us don't have the financial means to pick up and just move to a private island. So it's incumbent upon us not to get weary in our good efforts, but we have to be smarter, and we have to recognize patterns and begin to get in groups of people and begin to go and talk to your neighbors who don't think like you and begin to have conversations with people again.
Yeah, it's so true. In a way, it's like Charlie Kirk was famous for saying, have uncomfortable conversations, and he was even saying that if you're dating somebody new, go on a car ride, have uncomfortable conversations. But I think that's, that applies in so many different sets of situations. Kathy Barnett, my friend, just love you. I love catching up every week and hearing, how you're doing. Congratulations on going national. One more spot, we can hear you. And obviously tomorrow, 10 a.m., your big national show.
Don, and let me just say for everyone to know, I would not have this radio show if it wasn't for you. I believe you believed in me. I would not be going national if it wasn't for you. And I'm very grateful for your kindness, and I'm very grateful because it's not natural. But you have been very unnatural in your generosity. I love the team there, Greg and Frank and so many others. Just a wonderful group of people who just want to come alongside and have been very generous towards me, and I'm very grateful to all of you.
Well, the truth is, Kathy, that maybe it's not natural in a secular world. You and I are both Christians, and I think when you pray in Jesus' name like we do, and it's important to us, I think that in truth, I would give God that glory. I would say that was meant to be, because that was really an answer to prayer. And so I just think you're a bright light in this world, and it's just fun to watch you. And I'm very, I'm sincere when I say that. I think everybody agrees with me on that one. You're just can't wait to see where you go next. You're a real bright light.
Wow.
We just love you and appreciate you. I mean it.
Oh my God.
We're all getting verklempt.
I appreciate you. I appreciate you. And it really does encourage my heart to see that there are so many great people out here. And that is the reason why we fight. We have some of the best people on our side of the aisle. And they deserve good. And so I'm very grateful for you and to my WPHT family. I love you guys. Thank you so very much.
Thanks, Kathy. Till next time. All right, we got to talk. So we're going to have to squeeze a bunch of things in. I'm going to have to talk super fast. But before we take a break, I have to talk about my guys, Marvin E., who I actually have to call because I'm due for my little tune-up. But Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning, the all-in-one Mitsubishi Electric heating and air conditioning mini split that I've talked about. They installed this thing in our lower level. We had an office down there. We'd actually moved the office. What a game changer. We love this thing. We had poor ventilation down there and did not know how to solve the situation. But this ductless unit from Mitsubishi Electric, heating and air conditioning, total game changer. And they came up with Jonathan Cans came up with the solution. We love it. You want to do this now. Take advantage of these tax credits. Up to $2,000, rebates up to $1,100, and expiring soon. TikTok. Visit Marvin E. Cans, my guys, MarvinEKanze.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
As a doctor, I see patients every day who are losing their vision and independence to age-related macular degeneration, also known as AMD. It's the leading cause of blindness in adults 55 and older. Some of us are at greater risk for AMD. If you have blurry vision or blind spots, they can be symptoms of AMD. If left untreated, it can lead to blindness. The good news, with early detection, AMD can be managed with effective clinically approved treatments that can reduce or even reverse some vision loss. Learning that you have AMD can be scary, but there's hope and help. The Foundation Fighting Blindness is researching and developing treatments and cures for AMD. To get your free AMD information packet, contact the Foundation Fighting Blindness today at 1-800-BLINDNESS. That's 1-800-BLINDNESS. Join the fight against AMD, because together there is a cure in sight.
There's a reason that potato chips don't come in a clear bag.
There's only 8 chips in this bag.
That's why. It's only about 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's a lot like opening up your 401k at retirement. You get about 2/3 of it, and the rest goes to Uncle Sam. Jim Cipriotti at the Retire Ready Financial Group can help. His tax mapping process can help forecast what your tax bill will be in the future, and that way you can build a strategy now to potentially decrease your tax bill in retirement. In other words, more for you and less for Uncle Sam. Call today for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415. Or find them online at retirereadyfg.com and get Uncle Sam's greedy hands out of your retirement.
Hey, you've had enough.
With a complimentary tax mapping report from Jim Cipriotti. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC. NPN number 2083768.
Hey, I'm Mike Slater. My dad passed away at the age of 63. It's out of nowhere. Had a stroke. Super hard, obviously, for the whole family, but my dad had life insurance. This is why I have life insurance for my family, for my wife and 4 kids. And the best place to get life insurance is ethos.com, because you can do it in 10 minutes. And there's no medical exam and no blood test, just a few health questions. Get life insurance in 10 minutes so your family is protected. Ethos, ETHOS, ethos.com/life.
At Audion Hearing, our mission is simple: to make better hearing affordable for everyone. We're proud to offer high-quality, rechargeable hearing aids starting at just $98. Clear, comfortable, and ready to use right out of the box. And here's a study worth hearing. Research shows that wearing hearing aids can reduce your risk of dementia by up to 61%. Join over 1 million happy customers and hear the difference today by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Newsmax, you like Newsmax. I like it too. Newsmax has been terrific.
President Trump is right. Millions like you are tuning into Newsmax. You're watching Newsmax on cable. You're going to our streaming channel, Newsmax 2, and you're downloading our free Newsmax app on your smartphones and TVs. Reuters Institute says we're now one of the top news brands in the nation. Every night, watch great shows with Rob Schmidt, Carl Higbie, Rob Finnerty, and more as they expose the big media lies, the Washington swamp, and they're never afraid to talk about faith, freedom, and the values that made us great. Find out why Newsmax is the fastest-growing news channel in America. Make the switch today and join our news revolution. Get Newsmax on cable, on streaming, and download the free app today. It takes just seconds to start. Let President Trump know you stand with Newsmax. It's for real news, for real people. Make the switch today.
My name's Michaela. I joined the Army at 17. When I got back from Iraq a few years ago, I became pregnant and ended up homeless.
No veteran should ever face homelessness. The U.S. Department of Veterans Affairs is working hard to end veteran homelessness by the end of 2015. VA offers programs to help eligible veterans stay healthy, find a job, and secure or maintain safe, stable housing. With a simple call to 877-424-3838, specialists can connect veterans to the services and support they have earned, regardless of their branch or era of service.
My life works now. I got help from VA, and now I'm on a mission to share these resources.
VA is here to help. If you or a veteran you know is homeless or at immediate risk of becoming homeless, call 877-424-3838 or chat online at va.gov/homeless.
Now, you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
Yeah, we need a hero. We need to know more information about this one. And it's disturbing. 3 Chinese nationals charged with conspiring to smuggle biological materials into the United States of America while they were employees at a university laboratory. So those suspects were getting the new information, all these new details about them. 28-year-old Zhu Bai, 27-year-old Fenfeng Zhang, and 30-year-old Yang Zhang charged after, and this is alleged, right? They're officially charged. They're accused of making false statements, among other things, to U.S. Customs and Border Protection, CBP, in order to import these materials that were related to roundworms sent from China. But the lie here is that it was all under the cover of, well, research at the University of Michigan, according to prosecutors. So these Chinese nationals, what we're learning, so they worked at the University of Michigan's Shanzhou laboratory. And so that, and remember, this is at that same university, there was another individual, remember, charged in that same lab that was charged with smuggling and making false statements. And remember, that woman had pleaded no contest before being removed from this country. It's a disturbing trend that we keep hearing about. And then you ask yourself, well, how many of these individuals? I started looking up what visa are they here on and so on. So the one student, and we're learning more about this just this morning, the one student was here in the United States under a J-1 visa academic exchange program. Okay. Then I believe most of them were on different visas. And you think to yourself, well, how many of these students, I mean, going through your process, I just have my son, David, going through the process of college applications and, getting accepted in all of your schools, and you're a straight A student and you're a top athlete and so on and so forth. And I think to myself, man, how many, I thought, 10,000. I was looking up these numbers. They're staggering of how many foreign students take the spots. I mean, not for nothing here, but how come in our university system, I mean, there are very few university systems that do not get any of our tax dollars, right? Basically, at some point, our tax dollars, my hard work, right, my tax dollars go to, at some point, all of these different schools, universities, right? Unless you're maybe Hillsdale, okay? They're one of the few that don't get any, they don't accept them, right? Everybody else does. And so not for nothing here, but I'm thinking, how many foreign students are here in this country on all these different visas? And you always hear about the fact they're 28, they're 30, etc., but they take the spots, quite frankly, of our kids. Why don't we just invest more in our kids? So as I was reading about this yesterday, I did see that Laura Ingraham on Fox, she did an interview. This was with Dr. Gordon Chang. Listen to this. This is staggering. Laura Ingraham, kudos to you, breaking news on this.
277,000 Chinese nationals in our schools.
277,000.
13% is a big number. And it's especially a big number if you double that, as President Trump had talked about. But the other thing, of course, is that we have seen at the University of Michigan now this year 2 incidents of Chinese trying to bring in genetically modified pathogens. Those were dangerous to our food supply. This is a biological weapons attack. These were weapons of mass destruction. This was an attack on the United States. And unfortunately, the Chinese nationals are only going to get light sentences. And matter of fact, one of them from June was actually removed from the U.S. after she pled guilty. We should be sending these people to Guantanamo because these are enemy combatants.
Well, that's what I'll cut it there for really quick here. And so think about that these are pathogens and nobody's disputing any of that. I mean, obviously, we'll see the fate of these particular individuals, but you think about this, that you have all of this material, and think about the fact that we are in a agriculture area, let's say Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Delaware. I know it's a national issue, but why aren't we hearing more about this? It's highly concerning, and it makes me wonder what else has been going on. So we'll continue to follow this for you. I have to take a break. I'm up against it. We'll be right back.
Deborah Heart and Lung Center and Cleveland Clinic Heart Vascular and Thoracic Institute have formed a powerful alliance. Legends in caregiving New Jersey families, the most sophisticated heart team in America. Innovators in research and patient care who've made life better for thousands of patients, raising the standard for the next generation of care. The alliance between Deborah Heart and Lung Center and Cleveland Clinic Heart Vascular and Thoracic Institute means the highest quality care close to home for you. DemandDeborah.org.
Hugh Douglas here. Make your tailgates and holidays count with Jack Daniel's Tennessee Whiskey at your local fine wine and good spirit stores. Save $3 on 750s of Jack Daniel's Old No. 7 and $2 on Jack and Honey and Jack Fire. And for your high-end personal stash, save $2 on Jack Daniel's Bottled In Bond, $3 on Gentleman Jack 1.75 liters, and $3 on Jack Single Barrel Select 750 milliliters. Stock up now at your local fine wine and good spirit stores. Maybe I'll see you there. Celebrate responsibly.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for Window Nation. When I'm on the field, I'm always looking for a window of opportunity. If you're looking for a window of opportunity to replace windows in your home, now's the time.
Window Nation puts an end to your window problems. You'll save big too with 50% off all window styles. Plus, you can get 0 interest for 5 years. Hurry, this sale ends soon, so schedule your free estimate right now at windownation.com. Tell them you heard it on 1210 WPHT.
Don't pay more than you have to for new windows. Visit windownation.com.
The Crash Proof Retirement Show will air before and after Penn State football this Saturday. Tune in at 11 a.m., then again right after the game to learn how to create your own Crash Proof Retirement game plan.
Listen this Saturday as Penn State battles Indiana. Coverage starts at 11:30 a.m. on the home of Penn State football. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
What if being in recovery from a mental or substance use disorder was something we proudly showed the world? Millions of people are in recovery, sharing hope and support with family, friends, and community. Join the Voices for Recovery. For confidential information for mental and substance use disorders, call 1-800-662-HELP. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? Do it today at 1210 WPHT.
This morning as the Dow, dropping nearly 300 points. Here are the headlines. Consumer sentiment nears lowest level ever as worries build over government shutdown. Stocks falling as consumer sentiment tumbles, tech struggles. Snap benefits. Shutdown. This is mainstream media. I'm just putting it out there. It's a lot of doom and gloom when you look at the headlines, whether you glance at social media, mainstream media, however you get your news. That is the doom and gloom that we're seeing surrounding economic issues. I'll just remind you that when you look at January of last year to right now, the economy, all the numbers, in all honesty, since January 20th, everything is up. Now, maybe the feeling is it should be, better, but within the economy, whether it's job creation, whether it's raises, hourly increases, and are people making more, all those numbers, if I look actually at everything I have, and maybe it's only an 0.1%, in some cases maybe it's 1.7%-ish, but perception is reality. And so I just want to put that out there for you. One of the stories that we covered for, because we love Senator John Kennedy, he always has a way of speaking with his Southern drawl, and he had put out there something that I love, which I've said forever. Well, first of all, Congress, they all just make they're the most overpaid people in the country, $179,000 for a job where they get 69 or, it's literally over 60 some days off. It's crazy. But anyway, he had some proposals, one of which was that they in Congress should not be getting paid at all during a shutdown, just like all the others. And I was surprised to see that it was, in fact, Senator Rand Paul was the one who just shut that thing down. Do you have him commenting? I don't even know if we have time for it at this point. But I just said to Justin, I wonder if Dom will have Senator Rand Paul today, because I know that they've become, over the years, respect one another and have become friendly. I would love to hear, that back and forth, but not happy. And so in that one, I was disappointed to hear it. I think that they should not receive their paycheck. And quite frankly, they should not receive back pay. I'm just saying, if any of us didn't do our job, if we failed, you can blame one side or the other, but the bottom line is don't get paid and don't ever get the back pay for Congress. I would love to see that. Dom Giordano, happy Friday.
Well, happy Friday, Dawn. No Rand, but Dr. Oz got in touch with us. Yeah, riding to the rescue again yesterday with another medical emergency. A lot to talk about with him. And Jack Ciattarelli did better pretty much than he did the last time he ran among Latino voters, but not the white working class voters. And I'm going to tell you why I think that happened.
Can't wait for it. Dom Giordano is right now.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/deal for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
Hey, it's Dawn. Did you know Piazza carries more than 1,600 pre-owned vehicles? That's at any given time, not just the brands you always hear me talking about, like my Honda Herv, or the HRV, the Acura, the Mazda, Hyundai, Volkswagen. I'm talking about nearly any other brand that you could imagine. That is selection. That's what I'm talking about. Just visit my friends, PiazzaAutoGroup.com, search Piazza's pre-owned inventory, or for that dealer nearest you across Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and Delaware. PIAZZA, PiazzaAutoGroup.com. Make sure you tell them Dawn sent you.
Win big this winter with CNC Heating and Air Conditioning's win-win deal. We win by keeping our family of employees working in the cold months, and you win by getting the best pricing we can offer with an added 10-year warranty and rebates. Manufacturer pricing is going up this January, so let's win together. Schedule an estimate today with CNC, your local Lennox dealer, and start saving today. Visit cc-hvac.com. Offers only for new installations through the end of 2025. 0% financing available.
Picking out an engagement ring can be terrifying. You're searching for the ring, but have no idea where to start. Go to Family & Company Jewelers in Marlton. The team, especially JR, makes it easy. No pressure, just real help from someone who cares. They break down diamonds, styles, and what actually matters. Their selection is huge. Every shape, size, and price range. You leave confident, not overwhelmed. When it comes to finding the ring, there's only one place to go. Family & Company Jewelers, South Jersey's diamond destination.
Take the next step forward in your career with great benefits and an award-winning workplace with Progressive Insurance. Apply at careers.progressive.com.
On Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
Yes, it is Friday and Dom time. Dr. Oz coming by at 1:30. A lot to get with. He is in a very prominent position, but I want to play Henry right out of the box. This will be cut 14. Our friend Scott Jennings laying out, going forward now, what did we learn from this? In other words, what should the takeaway be? And I'll be asking you that as we end the week of this debacle. And what should they be doing to try to move past that and get us on a better path toward the midterms? Well, here's the advice from Scott Jennings.
Well, first of all, I think J.D. Vance is exactly right. They do have to talk about cost of living. They do have to talk about affordability. And he's right that voters will ultimately judge the party in power, the incumbent party, based on the health of the economy, macro and micro. People have to feel like you're on the right trajectory. So I think he's right about that. I think he's right that Republicans are better off to dump the infighting and focus on issues and what we need to do to succeed. And he's certainly correct about this turnout issue. We still have an unproven situation out there about a lot of people who love Donald Trump but don't yet love to turn out when he's not on the ballot. So all these things are correct, and I agree with him. It's, you know, you don't want to run around like chickens with your head cut off when something bad happens, but at the same time, you do want to learn from situations, and I think there's probably some things to be learned last night about candidate quality and the way we're running campaigns in certain places. But we have to remember, these are blue states, very blue states. Democrats won in blue states, and so overreacting and being overly emotional is probably not a great thing today.
All right. Now, you know how much I love Scott Jennings. We're going to be doing something special with him coming up. Little bit too much emphasis on me toward the end. I'm, as you know, a little bit as we end the week with these people. I'll give you one on Twitter, a guy who really bothered me. When are we going to get better candidates? Shut up. Okay, here in Jersey. I'm so tired of hearing that this week. It is such an excuse. Now, we are seeing something else out there. It could become an excuse, but in small measures, taking a look at this, I am, and that is, how did Mikey Sherrill, who is as tepid as a wet dish rag, inspire these numbers of people, historic numbers, to come out? Was it Sherrill? Was there some shenanigans there in Jersey, or big shenanigans? It's worth taking a look at that. But this idea that Jack Ciattarelli was not a top-notch quality candidate is just these losers trying to not get at the core of it, which Scott Jennings did at the beginning, which is the Trump voter. The problem, when we get Scott on, we're not hearing anybody tell us the solution to that. They're trying to run past it. It's like a drive-by shooting. What is the solution to the fact? And we're trying to get this guy on who's quite a populist. I saw him on Breitbart. I've seen him in a couple places, Gudersky, maybe Monday, if not today, to talk about some of the numbers he sees in Jersey and the Jack Ciattarelli of 2021 versus the Jack Ciattarelli of the results of 2025. And Jack Ciattarelli did better. There were Latino gains in the middle of this. In other words, places heavily Latino where Ciattarelli did better. But where he did noticeably worse were white working class voters. And any number of those people, I'm telling you, are only Trumpers. They're only going to come out if Trump's on the ballot. So are you in the mode? And you might be. You can call and tell me, 855-839-1210, right in the beginning, right out of the box. You can call in and tell me, I'm tired of hearing you say this. I just want to blow past this and move on. Or shouldn't we be hearing? Now, it's obvious the Trump administration is moving heaven and earth on the affordability issue. And I'll give you a little nugget on that from Bucks County. So that's good. But what is the solution to getting these voters who, when President Trump is not on the ballot, do not come out and vote? And my answer is An all-out campaign by President Trump, not blowing by a remark here and there, but I'm talking about a campaign to go to places where they might be, Oval Office, everything else, up and down the line to explain to them why just because he's not on the ballot, it doesn't matter. If you want him to succeed, you have to vote. Not hearing that. Everybody trying to avoid it. Hits too close to home. Why is that? Do you want to win? I mean, I acknowledge, could there be some shenanigans with the election in Jersey? I'm open to seeing that. By the way, yesterday we had on the Republican from Chester County who's in the commissioners, and a lot of people were glad he came on, Eric Rowe, but not so much that there's no immediacy there. I'm still not sure next week if they're going to have this independent body that's going to scrutinize all this. I'm tired of it. We're going to stay on them. It's disgraceful what they did. I don't think they were cheating to help Democrats, but this is just they disenfranchise people. Linda Kern's on that. I think there's going to be a lawsuit. But this guy should be saying more. No, we're going to have somebody in place and we're going to start the investigation. I guess after Veterans Day, Wednesday, because then you'll be into Thanksgiving and all that stuff. And 75,000 people disenfranchised, and we're not going to get to the bottom of that. So there's a lot still to unpack from this. But just saying bad candidates is stupid. I don't know what other words to use. Look, we're not in Virginia. I don't know Virginia day by day. I get Winsome Sears. It looks so good to me. I get she turned away from Trump, which is something, if you do here, that's going to cause quite an avalanche. But I did see Jack Ciattarelli up close and personal. Here is Greg Gutfeld. And here's another guy just flying by the seat of his pants saying this. And I guess it makes people feel better. They lap it up. This is cut 12. Are these elections a rebuke of Trump? Well, I would say no, but I would tell you the nuance of that answer. Here's what Gutfeld said.
Like a trapdoor to escape from supplying evidence. Like, I just don't think Jesse Waters is very talented. Full stop. Then it's like, oh, okay. You can't argue with that. I can. No. I said full stop. Sorry. I said full stop. And you know what? It's another thing that came from England that I hate, aside from Piers Morgan. I'm kidding. He's on tonight. That was just a shameless plug. You know what's amazing? Aren't you like shocked that you're not seeing any buildings on fire or any looting after this election? So strange. No windows were broken. And you didn't have to board up anything or board down anything. I think it's great. Look, this isn't a rebuke of Trump. It's a consequence of an absent Republican Party. Lousy candidates.
All right, stop it right there. That's enough. I don't want to hear the guy anymore. Cut it right there. Right away. Now, did I think the Republican Party, the RNC, did they do well in this? That's maybe interesting. Should we give Scott Presler more carte blanche? Yeah. I don't know why he hasn't gotten that based upon the last time around. But again, with the just dismissing, if these are bad candidates, look, if Donald Trump is your standard, he's the only one that's going to appeal because of his life story, because of a whole bunch of stuff to certain constituencies. Here's the problem with Trump in this. There was an unbelievable outpouring of these people that hate Trump. You have to balance that with the outpouring of more people who love Trump or at least support the policies and are loving what's going on. When you don't do that, the haters are going to win. And in this case, they're going to win substantially. What the hell did Jack Ciattarelli have to do with that dynamic? Nothing. But it seems as if to make your mark, like Greg Gutfeld and a lot of these others, you have to say bad candidates. Blame the RNC totally. That's what did this. Rather than the dynamic. There was tremendous trying to get at Trump. How do we explain over in Bucks County? And I should have, shame on me. I didn't mention this in full context. Joe Conman, he's not Larry Krasner. He's Larry Krasner light. The new DA over in Bucks County. He is the first person He's the first Democrat to be elected as the Bucks County District Attorney since, is it 18? I want to get the exact date here. It's in the 1800s. I think I don't have the exact 1800s. Can you imagine? So this is worse than Republican mayors in Philadelphia. Bucks County hasn't elected a Democrat since, 150, 175 years ago. Why did they suddenly put in a guy who's from Philadelphia, ran against Larry Krasner, and is very progressive? Why? Same thing with the sheriff, another Philly guy, another guy you can't trust with public safety. Why did they do that? Because they came out seething against Trump, and they wanted to vote in any way that they could to try to grab at him. They can't get him, so they're going to get it. Poor Jen Shorn and Fred Herron. Since the 1800s. This guy is a con man. He's the against cash bail guy. You're going to see people get, it's not going to be Philadelphia, but it's going to be Philadelphia light. You're less safe right now at this moment with Joe Conman as DA. Why would they do that since all the way back then? I just told you why they would do that. What's the counter? Well, Trump inspires this wave of voters that are trumped up, and he breaks into constituencies like African-American males and somewhat Latinos. If he's not on the ballot, though, what happens? And we do have the issue of affordability. And our buddy, Meg Brock, who is a top, conservative Trump supporter, and she put up a piece, I'm going to read you next segment, from a restaurant owner in Bucks County that was posted online, begging people to understand that December 1st, when prices go up, he can't do anything about it. Affordability is an issue. So would we rather just pretend, go into the midterms, and then spend the last 2 years of the Trump administration doing nothing at best and at worst, going through impeachment and everything else again? So Scott Jennings, on point. Where are we figuring out how to get these Trump voters to come out? I don't need a think tank. I told you in a couple minutes. It has to be a campaign around the president, laying out, not blowing by and saying one thing and joking and moving on a concerted basis, granular, to tell them, if you don't do this, then you're voting against me. That's what has to be done here. Why is that so hard to understand? Why do we want to go with these mythical things like a bunch of Democrats? All right, phone lines are 855-839-1210. As I said, this data today out there shows Cettarelli doing better than he did in 2021 with Latino voters in several places. I can read you the whole laundry list. And yet, in areas of white working class workers, no, really slipping. Well, I think a lot of those are Trump voters. And if they don't want to come out because Trump's not on the ballot, what's Jack Cettarelli? Why is he a bad candidate? What is he supposed to do? There's no other Donald Trump out there. So stop calling people bad candidates because they're not Donald Trump and they can't break through on this, and they don't have the help of Donald Trump to reach these people. All right, 855-839-1210. You can jump in right now. As we end the week, what's the takeaway from this? Because this all leads to the midterms. Does a shutdown play into this? Well, in Virginia, definitely. In Jersey, do I think that's the big element? No, I don't. Somewhat. It adds to it. Do you want to take a look and see if there were shenanigans, cheating there? Yes. All out. Go all out on that. I'm in agreement with that. But you can't just say it because you wish it to be true. You got to figure out what is true and then how we avoid that in the midterms. All right, 855-839-1210. You get on board. First DA out in Buck. They've lost their minds, too. To get at Trump, they put in a guy from Philadelphia who's Larry Krasner light. There's a reason why they haven't elected a Democrat since the 1800s as DA. They want to be safe. They know the Democrats will get you killed. Everybody knows that. 855-839-1210. AT&T and Verizon Wireless, all that you have to do is just push pound 1210 and we'll get you on board. Now, side question. And I haven't seen the Inquirer on the attack today. Maybe they're saving it up for Sunday. But this weekend, I come in on the drive, is the buildup for the annual Rocky Run. They say over 30,000 people and more wanted to do it. But you have to register a limit to that, or they're going to retrace the Rocky Run, including up the steps, et cetera, which are iconic. So we're looking for somebody who you think, real or fictional, would be an honorary Philadelphian. In other words, they would fit into the mode of what makes Rocky so great, the upside of Philadelphia, the good side of Philadelphia, not the nonsense we often talk about. All right, Henry, we'll start with you. Who would you propose?
Yeah, Dom, I got two here. So
Sure.
How often, as a Philadelphia sports fan, have you watched the TV and there's been a bad call or a bad play,
right,
and you point at the TV and you yell, "You cannot be serious."
Okay.
You cannot be serious.
Right.
And so for that reason, I think John McEnroe and his fiery personality on the tennis court would fit nicely here in Philadelphia if he was on your couch or if he was at Citizens Bank Park or the Link, wherever he might be.
That is a great one. Now, I
great.
once umpired a tennis match over in Manioc with Eberendale, McEnroe, I forget the other,
Mm-hmm.
and I thought I'd make my name that I thought I had other sponsors by throwing them out.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Oh, did that go over well?
Well, I didn't do it.
Oh,
I was
okay.
thinking about it
Thinking
on the
about
spot.
it.
Then I was the calculation up and down.
And then be like,
Yeah.
oh, do I want a McEnroe meltdown right
Yeah,
here?
right. Well, yeah. I would get in the paper. Tom Giordano threw John McEnroe out of Philadelphia. Yes.
And then
That's a great one.
another one I'm just going to say, like, kind of fits the vibe. Like, is it kind of a chameleon of sorts? Like, can be cold, but can be warm at the same time. Kind of just, I don't know, encapsulates that kind of je ne sais quoi of Philadelphia.
Right.
And I would have to say actress Jennifer Lawrence, who starred in Silver Linings Playbook,
Right.
Obviously taking place
Right.
in the area. I think she can play that kind of calm, like, casualness Philadelphians have. I don't know. It's hard to explain, but, like, when I look at her, I'm like, oh, yeah, she could be from here, but she's from Kentucky.
Did not know that.
Yeah.
All right. What do you say, Kirk?
All right, so I'm going to go with the all-time unbeatable, or not, they're supposed to be beatable by the USA hockey team versus the Russians.
Yes.
And the announcer, Al Michael, saying, "You believe miracles?" So I'm going to go with the USA hockey team from 1980.
Ah, as a Philadelphia team, you're
Absolutely.
putting it as a team.
Absolutely.
That's a good one.
Yep.
Right.
Yep.
All right. So it's 855-839-1210. Hit us with that. You got the premise. Real or fictional. Could be a fictional character like Rocky. This is a big weekend. I've been, attacking this Inquirer columnist, Stephanie Farr. She thinks we have too many Rocky statues in Philadelphia. Hey, Stephanie, why is your paper going out? Why did the paper once have a yo section in there? They actually called it Yo as the headline with everything Philadelphia in it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Why, Stephanie? You're from out of town. That's why, and you don't understand all this. No, we need more Rocky statues. When you come through the airport, there ought to be all sorts of things. There ought to be Rocky pretenders there. And yo, Adrian, as you come through, greeting you as you head to an airplane. It ought to be all over there. They should have a bonfire there at the airport. Ninth Street. Somebody throw an apple to a guy. All right, 855-839-1210. Hit us with that. We'll get your name into the hat. And this is the end of the week takeaway on this. I'm sure there'll be more information what happened in Jersey. Who knows what happened in Virginia? We're not there. I do know a number of Trump voters didn't show up there, too. And the question is, what are the Republicans going to do to get them to show up in the midterms? And my answer is they can't. The only one that can is the president. It's a pretty obvious thing. They can't. No matter what they do, these people are telling you, I just want Trump. Okay, that's why he has to address it. 855-839-1210.
Life's unpredictable and full of unknowns, but your vehicle shouldn't be.
No one wants to face an unexpected repair that could derail their plans and budget. That's why we're introducing CarShield, the ultimate way to future-proof your ride. We're not just about fixing problems, we're about preventing financial surprises. You can get a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan designed to save you from out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Imagine driving with complete peace of mind, knowing that if something goes wrong, you'll pay almost nothing for covered repairs. Included in every plan is free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. This protection plan is at an all-time low, making it accessible to any driver. Don't wait for a breakdown to realize you need coverage. Invest in the future of your vehicle and your wallet today. Call CarShield now for your free quick quote. Call 800-908-8646. That's 800-908-8646. Future-proof your ride. Call CarShield now. 800-908-8646. 800-908-8646. Again, 800-908-8646.
It's that time of year again to replace your old drafty windows and doors. If this sounds like something on your to-do list, then turn to my good friends at Guida Door and Window. Guida will help you save big this fall with their buy one, get one half off sale on all qualifying windows and doors. For every door and window you buy, you get a second one at 50% off. And you can mix and match these savings to suit your own needs. Buy an entry door, get half off a storm door. Buy a patio door, get 50% off a window. Need to replace all the windows and doors in your house? Then you'll save 50% on half your project. The more you need, the more you save. Plus, start your project with no money down and take 18 months to pay it off with no interest. Offers for a limited time only and restrictions apply. So call Guida today to schedule a free no-obligation in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's go, Guida.com.
Cancer. If you've been diagnosed recently, it doesn't have to be as devastating as it may seem. Chances are you didn't just get cancer recently. What you need to do is visit the team at Innovative Medical Associates. Dr. Molly Fantasia, the PhD doctor and founder of Innovative Medical Associates, has helped hundreds over the years with her unique hydration protocols geared specifically to cancer support. The team is comprised of Dr. Molly Fantasia and her doctors, plus her outstanding nursing staff. With almost 30 years in practice, Innovative Medical Associates can help you navigate the journey through cancer and beyond. To set up your initial complimentary contact Innovative Medical Associates at 856-489-0505, 856-489-0505, or visit their website, innovativemedicalassociates.com. That's innovativemedicalassociates.com. Make that appointment, and you'll be on your way to treating cancer as only Innovative Medical Associates knows how.
Hey, this is Larry Stitus with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to investorschooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to investorschooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, investorschooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
Whether it's midfield or in the red zone, our hometown team can handle anything thrown their way. That's why PNC is proud to be the presenting sponsor of the Eagles Radio Network and support the team's dedication to smart, tested tactics. Being adaptable and preparing a solid strategy pays off. And just like any big game, when it comes to your finances, there is a lot on the line. Having a dependable team allows you to make the plays you need to reach your goals. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? Do it today at 1210 WPHT.
All right, Tom Giordano show. I already see a potential winner on the side question here. Somebody would be an honorary Philadelphian coming off Rocky, the big run this weekend. Well, the Inquirer turned their attack dogs on Rocky, on Sylvester Stallone, because of Trump. 30,000 people already registered. I think they could get 50, 75 that want to do the Rocky run. Oh, can't have that. Can't say yo, but hey, he's with Trump. Get rid of it. Okay. Also, what came out this week, as I said, the pieces are starting to come together in what we see in Jersey. What are you going to do about that? What could be done about that? These people saying, well, you know, Tom, they're blue states. They're blue. They're blue. You can't expect to win there. You got to be kidding me then. So did we do a disservice? I'll say everybody on the station, having people the rally in North Wildwood, people on the edge of their seats, Jack Cettarelli could do it. Why the hell would we do that then? We should have just said, it's a blue state. We're not covering that. You're not interested. This guy sucks as a candidate. Should that have been our role? I mean, that's the logic. I'm only dealing in logic here of the idiocy that I'm seeing out there on this bad candidate stuff. No, legitimately. And again, you could say, let's get rid of the poll. This was not the mainstream polling. These were the better pollsters that were pretty accurate. Now, are we going to go by? I mean, I've been telling everybody I know, I was looking at the betting markets every day. Are the betting markets more credible than the polling? They had it like 84, 85%. Mikey Sherrill would win days before the election, the vote in person election. So is that, they had it 98% in Virginia. Is that where we ought to be going? And polling just doesn't work anymore. No, I mean, I think the most accurate polling, we did the right thing here. I was convinced this was going to come down to turnout, meaning one way or the other, it was going to be very, very close. Should we have just said, hey, we're not going to cover that anymore? These are blue states. Let's be losers. You can't win them. Don't get upset over all this stuff. No, that's the loser mentality here. Rather than the elephant in the room, which is people that will not vote unless President Trump is on the ballot. There's not going to be another Trump. Look at the two candidates, the leading candidates on the Republican side for 2028, Vance and Rubio. Smart guys, accomplished guys. But is there emotional appeal? Is there something that's going to break through with them? No, you're kidding yourselves. So what are we going to do? Let's just forget it. Let's have fun now. Let's do that now. Don't worry about any of these things, and let's just lose. All right, let's go to Richard, Cincinnati, Ohio. Hey, Richard, welcome in.
Greetings. I agree with you 100%. I've been knocking on doors since George Bush, the first election of George Bush II. And I must have knocked on thousands of doors and begged these people to come out, and they can't get off their butts. For what? They can't take a half an hour out of their day to vote for something that's going to affect their lives of their children, grandchildren. I see my grandchildren's world going down the toilet now.
Well, and Richard,
because
remember in Jersey, it's 8 or 9 days you have to do it too, and mail-in balloting if you choose.
Look in the mirror, electorate. It's not the candidates. I'm sick of it. And I've been knocking on doors for 20 years, and I've been getting kicked in the teeth every time, and I keep on doing it. But, God, what do you got to do to get these people off their butts? I'm sick of it already.
Well, we know what will do it. That Trump is such an unusual character, the life story, the entertainment, the whole thing. They'll do it for that. So then the question becomes... Yeah, go ahead.
You better treat the midterm election like a presidential year. And he better barnstorm this country like he's running for a third term.
Exactly.
Because that's what they need.
Exactly.
Get off your butts and do something.
What's your side, Richard?
I love Frank Rizzo. He is Philadelphia as far as I'm concerned.
All right. Thank you. Well, he is a Philadelphian. I mean,
yeah.
Again, all right. We'll restate. All right. People call in. They get something in their mind. That's fine. We're looking for somebody who is not. I mean, Sylvester Stallone is a Philadelphian. Rocky, a fictional character. Could be a fictional character or somebody from someplace else.
Yeah. My answer of John McEnroe. McEnroe was born in Germany.
Yeah, exactly. Someplace else that would, you think, fit in here a la the Rocky mode. All right? So Frank Rizzo, obviously, it's Philadelphia.
Yeah. For the record, I did say, when calling in, the spirit of Philadelphia. I didn't say an actual Philadelphia. I didn't say the spirit.
Okay. All right.
The spirit of it.
Yeah, we're kind of looking for somebody who's more honorary.
They fit the vibe. You would have a ceremony for this person. Be like, this is an honorary Philadelphian for who they are.
Right. Otherwise, it's an unfair competition. You can't have somebody compete against Frank Rizzo.
Yeah.
Yeah. For Philadelphia, it's an impossible task to do that. All right. So Ed Rendell captures something. He's about one of the few that I can think of. It's a politician over the years from out of town that does that. 855-839-1210. You get on board. By the way, too, people saying, well, Mikey Sherrill had a theme. Jack Ciattarelli didn't. Really? Why are they doing this? They're doing this because they don't want to address the elephants in the room. I do want to address them because the only thing that matters to me is winning. And I don't care what we have to say to them to address them. That's what you got to do. And there's only one person, I think, that can do that. And that's the person they want to be on the ballot. Are they thinking, well, I don't care about 2028. Trump will be on the ballot again. Is that the mentality? That's what happened. And again, the data is starting to come in. Jack Ciattarelli more than held his own with Latino voters. In certain Latino areas, he was up. White working class, I know that's shocking, down and in those areas. And the reason is not because Mikey Sherrill was overwhelming. It's because they didn't show up and vote. How could you do that in an election? And I'll come back to you. And if you're a man or a woman enough to show, don't hide behind Twitter. Call and tell me, well, your station shouldn't have been kidding us. Why did you guys pretend that Jack Ciattarelli might win? It would be a 1 or 2 point. And the answer is because every metric in the world told us that. Look at the politicians that are Democrats in North Jersey going for Ciattarelli in areas that were highly Democratic. Look at the rally we had in Cape May, North Wildwood. Look at the energy. You saw that first day of early voting. Look at the crowds. Look at it consistently. She couldn't draw enough to fill up a cafeteria seat, right? And the upside of President Trump, we know about. But if the upside cannot be unleashed, then it's only the downside. And I think you're an idiot if you go around saying these people were not motivated to get even. They want to get at Trump. They want to tear him apart. That's there. That's an obvious thing. What's the counter? The people that swarm to the polls, and there are more of them, and he's broken through to groups that you couldn't imagine, that more than counters it. But if you have the people pent up so much so, they were determined to put in a guy who's beyond questionable to protect them for DA in Bucks County and knock out someone homegrown who's great, Jen Shoren, Joe Conman, who ran against Larry Krasner and has all the elements of him. He's not insufferable like him. The first Democrat DA in Bucks County since the 1800s. Why? I told you why. They wanted to get at Trump. And if the Trump people do not come out with that desire to stand with Trump, or when he's on the ballot to vote for him, this is what you're going to get. You can't beat this argument. I've been saying it since the beginning. That's what happened here. So if that's the case, we have to move heaven and earth through President Trump and then through surrogates to get that message out there. I don't know. These people may be crazed enough that if he's not on the ballot in 2028, they don't care now. They just like the ride. They like the entertainment. It's funny, the fights, the bombings and all. They love it. They're idiotic. Now, I don't have to run to coax them to vote for me, so I can call it as I see it. But you got to win with them. At least Republicans do. So how do we get this idiotic mentality? And the only thing I can tell you is there's one guy who can do it. That's President Trump. What is he going to do? All right, 855-839-1210. You get on board. AT&T and Verizon Wireless. You just push pound 1210. You know, it's so important to make sure that our families have the essentials, food, shelter, and, of course, pure, clean drinking water. There's a lot of news about drinking water these days. Just do what I did. Count on Martin Water Conditioning to secure your family's drinking water. The Connecticut system removes all the impurities from your water, and what comes out of that tap is crystal clear, all natural water. Not only is it the best tasting water ever, it provides peace of mind, knowing that your family's water is pure and clean. And the Martin Water Conditioning family, they are passionate about water. They'll put their 46 years of experience to work for you. Their customer service, attention to detail are just fantastic. They come out to your home, they test your water, and they recommend solutions that make sense to you. Contact Martin Water Conditioning. They'll take great care of you. I'm telling you, when they show you the impurity test, the before and after, they are thrilled because they know it's good for your health. It's going to be good for you, and it tastes tremendous. Click on martinwater.com or call 800-887-7555. Tell them Dom G sent you, 800-887-7555.
Hey, it's Nick Cale. Join us on Veterans Day for a special live broadcast for our Veteran Spotlight from 6 a.m. to noon at Bucks County Estate Traders, 1522 Bethlehem Pike in Hatfield. Each month, we team up with the Travis Manion Foundation to honor one incredible local veteran, but this time, taking it up a notch and celebrating several amazing local heroes who continue to serve their communities long after their time in uniform. Come out, shake their hands, hear their stories, and show your support. It's all presented by Window Nation. For all of your window and door needs, visit windownation.com. Don't miss it this Tuesday, Veterans Day, 6 a.m. to noon. Get all the details now at 1210WPHT.com.
Are debt payments keeping you up at night? Credit cards, medical bills, personal loans, it can all add up and feel impossible to keep up. If you owe $10,000 or more in unsecured debt, J.G. Wentworth may be able to help you and put you on the path to freedom in as little as 24 to 48 months. Imagine one affordable monthly payment instead of juggling multiple bills and creditors. We've helped thousands of people cut their debt by up to 50% before fees, and we don't get paid unless we reduce your debt. The more you owe, the more you could save. Call 877-CASH-NOW. The call is free, the consultation is free, and there's no obligation to sign up. Call today for your free consultation. 877-CASH-NOW. That's 877-CASH-NOW. Don't wait. Every day you delay could cost you more. Call 877-CASH-NOW today. Results vary, not all debts qualify. Debt resolution impacts credit and may increase what you owe. Average savings before fees 43%, 25% after fees. The choice to stop paying creditors is yours. J.G. Wentworth does not pay debts or provide legal, tax, or credit repair services.
David DeFranco, and I became a client of Crash Proof in 2014. What led me to Crash Proof retirement was the crash in 2008. I lost $300,000 in my portfolio. And I made a promise to myself I would never let this happen again. And that's when I looked into Crash Proof. I've been very happy with it ever since. Never lost a dime, only ever gained. The interest you gain is more than enough to cover any inflation and expenses. Now that the stock market is up, it's the best time to come into Crash Proof because I enjoy the gains, but I don't have to worry about the losses.
Schedule an appointment or register for one of our next events happening at Springfield Country Club on December 9th. Choose either the 11 a.m. or 5 p.m. event, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/radio for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/radio for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/radio. See representative for warranty details.
Weather sponsored by Wawa.
Pretty cold overnight. A frost advisory in effect for much of the area. Low 36. Tomorrow, 63, partly cloudy. Saturday, warmer, 68 and partly cloudy. Sunday, 66 and showers. Monday, we might not even hit 50.
Wawa now has better than ever ways to create your own handcrafted iced coffees and lattes. Pick your milk, flavors, sweeteners, and toppings just the way you like. Whether it's bold or simple, every cup is created by you. Handcrafted by Wawa. Gotta have a Wawa.
Now back to the Piazza Auto Group studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. This is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, Tom Giordano Show. Welcome in. All right, we got some people today finally thinking, all right, yeah, we got to address this. What happened in Jersey? Virginia, we're not there. You know, the friends I told you, some of the theories are the same, but it's different. And would you indict us? Rich, Matt, me, that we were all gung-ho? And I'm not even as close as those two guys. They really know Jersey. And I trust their judgment. And my judgment, backstage with Jack Cettarelli and having him on and events, etc., this was going to be close. It was not even close. Why, in the end, is that the case? All right? And if you want to just say they cheated because that's, you know, an easy way out of this, do I think there could be some of that? Should it be investigated? Of course. But the thing that stares you in the face, why will these people not come out? And it's not a mystery this time. They'll tell you. Trump's not on the ballot. Oh, boy. So we're killing them in registering people. Think about this. Scott Presler. But they're the ones that, at least this time around, and I'm worried about the midterms, are turning out their voters. So we can continue to register. That might make them up a little bit. And by the way, a lot of these people are not registered Republican. They're vaguely Democrats. Some of them say they're independents, etc. And to be honest, I'll admit it, they sicken me. Can I say it any clearer? I can say it because I don't have to win them over to come out and vote in the midterms the next time. It's disgusting. But that's the reality. And that's, to me, I think they're trying to address the affordability crisis. Look, with the affordability thing, it's two things. One, it's a reality of driving down prices. Two, it's fighting tooth and nail in the court of public perception that things are out of control and this is like Biden. It's not like Biden, but you have to fight that. But you also have to show progress. And look, Trump going around saying Walmart's Thanksgiving basket, don't hang your hat on that, please. Walmart's doing that. It's a deal that Walmart's making. President Trump can't take credit on that. He can take credit on energy costs. You make the case Biden was so far up that we're bringing it down. But there are holes here, and we're starting to see people say, well, what do you want me to do? I can't afford these things. All right, Dick LaRose is with us, former New Jersey senator, I believe, from the Trenton area. Hey, Dick, thanks for calling in. What's your sense of what happened in Jersey?
Well, Dom, it's kind of bizarre. I mean, one of the things the consultant never realized is that when you vote in the primary, you tend to vote for somebody. When you vote in the general election, you tend to vote against somebody. Look at Jim Florio, $2.8 billion worth of taxes. He was a one-term governor. The guy I beat sponsored all of the taxes, right? So, I mean, again, they voted against somebody. In Jack's campaign, they demonized him with that he's going to raise the sales tax, even though it had something to do with what was going on in Tennessee. And then they demonized him with that awful ad about pedophiles and sex offenders. So the bottom line, they demonized him. They ran it over and over and over, and they never countered that. I mean, you had Cheryl had the problem with the insider trading when she was in Congress, and of course her problem with the not walking in the parade when she graduated. You had more than enough. I mean, Jack, the first time around when he got that close against Murphy, well, Murphy was an incumbent. What happened? They voted against him. That's why they came so close. So the bottom line is Jack was too much of a gentleman. They should have gone after Cheryl and much more aggressively. And what happened was when they demonized him, they didn't respond to it. And what happens is what I call silent consent. When you don't respond to a negative ad, people assume it must be true.
I got to challenge that, though. Look, he's suing her in court. That was underway on the opioid stuff. And he did counter the sales tax. I think if he called more attention to that, Dick, and trying to explain the context of it, would have made it even worse.
Well, no, because again, suing one thing is not the same as having an ad denying it and calling her a liar and tying her to her record. Her record was abysmal in Congress. So the bottom line,
let me ask you this though: before election night, you actually believe she was going to beat him by 13 points?
No, not at all. I thought it was going to be within the margin of error.
Okay, yeah. So what do you think happened there? That's what we can't understand, Dan.
Well, I spoke to Jack about a week ahead of time, and I said, you got to counter those negative ads because what's happening is the numbers are going in the wrong direction. So I think that's what happened to negative ads. Negative ads have an effect. Okay. And I think what happened was he got caught up in that, and the people, they got disgusted. I mean, I was at his rally, the election night. I mean, there were a couple thousand people there. Everybody thought he was going to win. But when that thing came out and it was a double-digit loss, the people's chins were down to their knees. But as I said, the bottom line is, I think what happened was two things. Number one, he needed to more aggressively go after the lies that she did against him, and lastly, go after her because her record was really something that they could have used, and they didn't use it enough.
Thank you, Dick. I don't see it that way. I mean, my God, we had a slew of ads going after the insider trading, after the stuff associated with that. We saw it forever. You know, you got to understand, she's pretty tepid. For me, it's not like Nancy Pelosi. She gets the juices flowing. Mikey Sherrill doesn't get the juices flowing for me. That's part of the masquerade. It's the type of thing that they did in Virginia, too. These women are giving you a moderate tone, even though they're radicals in their policies. So I don't know how much more he could have hammered her. I thought that was effective. Her people showed up to vote. Here's how I'd put it. They showed up to vote. They want to tear at Trump. They can't get at Trump until if they turn the House, then they'll get it and by impeachment and everything else. They just can't get enough of wanting to go after Trump. The counter, we saw it in 2024. Trump turns new constituents on, and the base of Trump supporters, you've seen this before, they come out of the woodwork. You can't imagine the surge. Don't want to do it when Trump's not on the ballot. So all that you get is the downside of Trump. Trump is arguably... we might do that as a side. It's too serious for a side. Is there a more polarizing figure that we've seen of love-hate than President Trump? Answer at this point in time, probably not. And on the love side, it is unique because it's not just the base of support, but he's broken through due to celebrity, the humor, everything else, into constituencies that no other Republican has gotten in a very long time. Latinos, African-American males, all that stuff. That's the secret sauce. There's nobody else out there with that. It is such a unique thing. But they want to get at him. They're energized by that. Stop denying it. So was it more tactical? We just didn't go after Mikey Sherrill enough? I guess around the edges. But I think the no-shows for Trump are the thing, they're going to come out in this to get at him. They missed their chance in 2024. They wake up every day, Trump derangement syndrome. They got off on the therapy session of the No Kings rally. Who else draws something like that? What other president? Even Bush, George W. Bush, he didn't draw anything like that. All right, what's the upside of Trump? The upside of Trump is enormous. But doesn't get activated if he's not on the ballot. So the bottom line is, how do you change that for 2026? Can't throw your hands up and wish it. You got to win it. All right, get in on the side question, too. I see one. I'll go to one coming up. Might be a pretty good answer. Somebody honorary, kind of like Rocky, fictional or real. Hit us with that, 855-839-1210.
Veterans Day, join us as we salute our local heroes with a special live broadcast. From 6 a.m. to noon, we'll be at Bucks County Estate Traders, 1522 Bethlehem Pike in Hatfield, honoring incredible veterans from the Travis Manion Foundation. Meet these inspiring heroes who have served our country and continue to make a difference here in our community. It's happening at Bucks County Estate Traders, the perfect place for unique treasures And now, a celebration of the true treasures of our community, our veterans. Be there this Tuesday morning, November 11th. Get all the details at 1210WPHT.com.
Dan owed an unbelievable amount of money to the IRS.
I got behind on my taxes. It's a horrible feeling.
He was in denial.
And when I got those letters from the IRS, you wanted to act like they didn't exist.
Finally, Dan turned to Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima got me a settlement with the IRS. These people are really people-friendly. It was every bit of a new lease on life for me.
The fast action and the great results made Dan's head spin.
I felt like I was in a dream, but it's real, and I have paperwork to prove it. They got the job done, and life is good.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation.
If you're worried about what's going to happen with the IRS, stop worrying. Make the call now.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Newsmax, you like Newsmax. I like it too.
Newsmax has been terrific.
President Trump is right. Millions like you are tuning into Newsmax. You're watching Newsmax on cable. You're going to our streaming channel, Newsmax 2. And you're downloading our free Newsmax app on your smartphones and TVs. Reuters Institute says we're now one of the top news brands in the nation. Every night, watch great shows with Rob Schmidt, Carl Higbie, Rob Finnerty, and more as they expose the big media lies, the Washington swamp, and they're never afraid to talk about faith, freedom, and the values that made us great. Find out why Newsmax is the fastest-growing news channel in America. Make the switch today and join our news revolution. Get Newsmax on cable, on streaming, and download the free app today. It takes just seconds to start. Let President Trump know you stand with Newsmax. It's for real news, for real people. Make the switch today.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 1039 FM.
Cancellations are up at Philly International as the airlines begin implementing the 10% cut in air traffic. Why do Philly fans take our sports so seriously? A new YouTube series tackles that very question. Football's favorite singing trio released something special for the holidays.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-555-2085. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-555-2085. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-555-2085. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-555-2085 or biglou.com.
Now you can Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
All right, Tom Giordano show. Rocky weekend. 30,000 people registered. And just because Sylvester Stallone is very friendly with President Trump, etc., the Inquirer, get rid of those. Can you imagine the pettiness of these little creeps? That Rocky statue that I go by every day, I'm going to count down the days. It's been 100 since I've been on this. They don't like it up there. This out-of-towner, the Susan Farr, who they usually have cover the public bathrooms. That's her beat, right, Susan? Or Stephanie, I'm sorry. She begrudges. I thought that statue was supposed to be gone. Imagine a free statue he donates, in addition to the one at the bottom, and now one at the airport. Could we have enough Rocky statues? Really? Well, I guess, yeah. It's an ironic question, but so we're asking for somebody who captures that spirit of Philadelphia, who is an outsider, real or fictional. Fictional would be an outsider. Let's go to Bruce. Bruce, think you got a pretty good one. Who is it?
Oh, yeah. Hi, Dom. Mine is Pete Rose.
Tell us why.
Well, I just remember what he did for the Phillies, the 1980s World Series team. He brought Joe Morgan with him, from Cincinnati, and that team was chock filled with great players as well. They all could be leaders in themselves. But I think Pete just emphasized the leadership that brought that team to the World Series.
Well, let's see. We'll give you the test here. What was the play? And I'll give you a hint. It involved Bob Boone that exemplifies in the World Series what Pete Rose was. Anything come to mind?
No,
Henry,
sorry.
how about you? It's too early for you, no?
Yeah, no.
Oh, he bobbles a foul pop-up, Bob Boone.
Oh, yeah,
who's there to catch it often.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Charlie
right
Hustle.
away. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and, look, I felt for Fosse getting run over in the All-Star game, but you know what? He should have been ready and hit Pete Rose right in the mouth. Pete Rose, definitely. That's a good one. Look, when you call in, hit us. Pete Rose is an excellent one. Just come right out of the box. Bang. Of course, Pete Rose in Philadelphia. How could any Philadelphian not root for Pete Rose? Come on. Just the way he would take a pitch, looking it in and doing that whole thing as it comes in there.
Well, there's others that are dissenting on the other side that he gambled on.
Well, sure. Well, but that's Philadelphia.
That's Philadelphia.
Yeah. That's true too, right?
No, I agree.
Not wrong.
I interviewed the guy a few times. He was a loose cannon, to put it mildly, but that's what people want in Philadelphia. Somebody's going to run through a wall.
Exactly.
Yeah.
We'll deal with the craziness as long as if you're willing to do that. Be an Aaron Rowan, all that.
My top 5 Philly moments:
Yeah.
Aaron Rowan running into the fence, the chain link fence that shouldn't have been there,
Mhm.
blood streaming down and holding up the ball.
Yeah.
That's it. But he only hit 250. Get out of here. You don't understand. Okay. Big 1 o'clock hour coming up. 855-839-1210.
Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at endurancewarranty.com.
In sports, it's the dream team. And if your car is out of warranty, there's a team for that as well. You, the driver, your mechanic, and Endurance to pay for the repair bills. I'm Danica Patrick. In the past 5 years, auto repair costs have gone up over 36%. And if your manufacturer's warranty is expired, you'll have to cover it all. With an Endurance auto protection plan, no matter what the mileage, if your car is under 20 years old, Endurance can get you covered on the engine, electrical system, transmission, AC, and more. Endurance has plans for any budget. Repairs can be done by the certified mechanic of your choice. Plans cover 24/7 towing, battery jumps, fuel deliveries, tire changes, and lockout services. Act now and get the benefits of our Elite Plan, a $2,000 value at no extra cost. With Endurance, you could never pay for covered auto repairs again. So call now for your free quote.
Call 800-290-0497. That's 800-290-0497. 800-290-0497.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-908-8646 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-908-8646. That's 800-908-8646. What do you have to lose? Call 800-908-8646. Again, 800-908-8646.
Harvest the rewards of smart banking at First Harvest Credit Union. Open a growth checking account and earn up to 2% annual percentage yield on balances of $1,000 or more, all while enjoying easy, flexible access to your funds. Visit firstharvestcu.com/growth checking or explore our other savings options, including our growth savings accounts. Stop by your nearest branch to get started. First Harvest Credit Union, empowering members to do more for 85 years. Membership restrictions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
Dawn
Dawn Stensland here. Kick off your fall on a high note. You still have time to find yourself that new certified or pre-owned vehicle from my friends at the Piazza Auto Group. Did you know Piazza carries more than 1,600 pre-owned vehicles at any given time? And not just the brands you've heard me mention like Honda, Acura, Mazda, Hyundai, and Volkswagen, but almost any other brand you can imagine. Now that's selection. Visit PiazzaAutogroup.com, search Piazza's pre-owned inventory, or for a dealer nearest you. Make sure you tell them Dawn sent you.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/deal for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios, powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
Okay, it is Dom time. Loving the calls this week. We've been on a roll. I should go to Italy and come back. 2 days on, 2 days back. And we're
heck of a work commute.
Yeah, heck of a work. Oh, man. That Frankfurt airport, if it's the last thing I do, I'm going to stop people from using it. But coming to your calls here, Rocky weekend, or part of it. I think it's in December. There's something else. 30,000 people already registered to run the Rocky route. More would do it, but that's the limit. Then there are prizes and all that. So we're looking for somebody who captures that experience that is not a native Philadelphian. Somebody who would fit in from the outside. Honorary, real or fictional. Think outside the box, okay? One thing to add to the mix. This is really juicy, what I'm going to tell you. Cherry Hill Public School librarians now are going to can ask parents to sign permission slips before allowing students to check out books that the school staff determine have sensitive content. You know, the book I immediately used to kid with Dan to go to, he had one. Mine was The Lawn Boy. You know what The Lawn Boy's about. You can just imagine the stuff that went on there. Remember these idiots on school boards? They would say, what's wrong with these books? Why are these conservatives bringing these up in school libraries? Then, at school board meetings, when you would read from them and hold up the illustrations on one, they would say, that's obscene, it's outrageous, you can't do that. So which one is it? In a memo to the district's media specialist, Allison Staffen, director of curriculum, outlined steps for handling books with sensitive material. The memo, dated October 31st and obtained by the Inquirer, did not specify what kind of content should be deemed sensitive. And of course, the Inquirer can't find anybody to support it. They lead with the Olga Politis, a leader of the New Jersey chapter of Media Literacy Now, which pushed the state to adopt a requirement for media literacy. You know what that's about in Jersey, and we talked about it then. It's about anything conservative is not a good source. That's what that means. That's what they adopted. She goes nuts. This is disheartening. It looks to be this is another line of censorship. Wait a minute, Olga. How is this? Something about the name Olga. How is this censorship? All they're doing is asking the parent to sign it. Yeah, but the parent's not the expert. Maybe the kid doesn't want the parent to know they're reading Lawn Boy or something like that. They're not saying you can have the book. They're saying these might be sensitive. We'd like parental involvement. Oh, my God. Here in Cherry Hill, can you imagine? So maybe Just maybe. Now, we're going to see if this woman gets slapped around here, metaphorically, so to speak, the woman who put the memo out. It seems like they're outraged. This seems like Trump did it. Is she a Trump supporter? All it says is that this is up to the parents in some of these instances. It's not saying some parental group can get the book not to be in the library. But if we think this is pretty sensitive, see, you know what this is. It's the trans stuff again. The parents are not allowed to know any of this stuff. Suppose this book deals with a character that commits suicide or something like that. Might that be something the parent would want it? The parent, after all, in the end, is the one responsible for the child, right? So it's not a government agency. It's not Trump. It's not a conservative group. It's the parent of a child. Well, these are the very same people that don't trust the parents to be notified if they're using other pronouns in school. Well, they'll be violent toward the child. You know that whole argument. And it's Cherry Hill, which is very liberal. So I just thought this is something we're going to see how this moves forward, how it plays out. I think it's a pretty interesting development. All right, we've been really breaking down the Cettarelli, the thing that happened here on Tuesday and nationally. And I told you that people are dancing up to identifying the problem like Scott Jennings, but they're not identifying the solution. And there's only one solution to these low propensity voters. First of all, we have to stop calling them low. It's too dignified. Yeah, I'm a low propensity voter. I only get off my couch when Trump is on the ballot. Isn't that what this comes down to? Why are we afraid to say? Are you afraid to say it if you're a Trump supporter? Shouldn't you, if you're a Trump supporter, say, look, Tom, we need these people, but I agree with you. It sickens me, this stuff. We need them, though. I get that. It's all about one thing, winning. I mean, if I were coaching pro sports, any number of these guys, it's like, oh, man, I got to put up with this guy, you know. Like A.J. Brown. I mean, you can't please the guy. You're not going to please the guy. He's a one-of-a-kind talent. We go through this all the time in pro sports. You got to put up with certain guys. Why? They're one-of-a-kind or almost one-of-a-kind talents. You can't replace them. In politics, you really can't replace Trump. And you really can't replace the Trump voters here, both the ones that he has broken through with, Latinos, blacks, and then that core of Trump voters who almost never vote or only vote sporadically. So what's he going to do? I mean, he's jumped on the look, you can see he's reacting to this. He's at least not saying, well, this is only blue states. You can't win blue states anyhow. Well, Mr. President, he wouldn't say that because he was touting, and he's right. He broke through in New Jersey. He only lost by 6 points to Kamala Harris. And I wouldn't say Virginia is a totally blue state. It leans blue big time, but it's got shades of purple at times. Youngkin did win there. So he's on the affordability. What is he going to say? What is he going to say, though, about reaching these voters? What is he going to do, more importantly? Dr. Oz at 1:30, fresh off the Ozempic stuff. I'll ask him about that. I'll ask him about the medical emergencies. Don't stand near Dr. Oz. I've seen it up close. People faint there. And I'm not sure the White House had some reason why Bobby Kennedy Jr. ran from it. You know, I think he was trying to get help. They said there was something going on. How often do you see a medical emergency like that?
He ran out of the room saying,
and
we need a doctor. And there's like 5
Yeah, I
behind
mean,
him.
Dr. Oz would have elbowed any other doctor in the world there because he did it at his own event where he's jumping over the stanchions to get there. Yeah. And we were all kidding. Would John Fetterman have been able to handle that? Yeah, I could just see him lumbering.
Running for the hills.
Yes, exactly. Okay. So you get in at 855-839-1210. Keep in mind this Cherry Hill thing. Got one other nugget today, too, a little bit later. We're trying to get on the mayor of Wilmington or his office. They allege, and there's evidence, that Philadelphia, as they're clearing out Kensington, are dumping people, essentially, in Wilmington. increasing their homeless population. Now, you know, these people in Philadelphia, they're the very people who complained about Abbott sending illegal immigrants to New York, to Chicago, all that stuff. So if that's the case, why in the world would they do this? Why in the world would they give them a one, bus ticket or whatever to get over there to Wilmington? That's what they're alleging. Philadelphia Inquirer not reporting on that yet. I wonder why. Kind of uncomfortable over there? Could they too? What day's the run, Henry? Is it on Sunday? I hope it's on Sunday because I want to get through that drive going home. I don't think it's on Saturday. Okay. Well, it would be better if it's tomorrow because then
it's tomorrow.
They do the coverage, and then on Sunday, right there, they do the attack by the woman from out of town attacking Rocky. I mean, in Philadelphia, what is too sacred, pretty much too sacred to attack might be a good side question, You would think Rocky, how much economic benefit does Rocky bring Phil? A ton of a lot. People want to run those steps. They come here, the statue at the bottom. Every day I drive into work, I go right by it twice a day. It's unbelievable. Why would you go after that? There are a few other things. Ben Franklin, you want to attack? No, we're not going to do that. Ben Franklin's a good guy. It's Stallone because of Trump. Let's go to Alex in Swarthmore. He's on Talk Radio 1210. Alex, thanks for the wait. Go right ahead.
How you doing, Dom?
Good.
This may be a little far-fetched, but in the polls, what seemingly appeared to be a solid Chitterelli base were actually Democrats registered Republicans. Is that possible?
They're Democrats that registered Republican. Why would they do that?
To throw the poll off.
No.
No.
I mean, look, Alex, people have busy lives. With some operatives, people being paid, want to try to do some shenanigans. Yeah, but enough of them to throw the poll off. No, I will tell you this, though, Alex. It's coming to light that the Spadia guy, and Christie, some of his people, really were trying to sabotage this. I'm not saying they did enough to make 13 points, but they were not team players. There's a lot of evidence they were involved with sabotaging this.
Well, 16 percentage points is I don't know how else you explain that. I can't believe all those people would stay home. There's something suspicious about that. I don't know why.
Well, the suspicion would be on her side then. Did she really ring up those numbers as tepid as she is? To your point, did they cheat that way? But, Alex, there's a substantial number of, I told you, where was he weak? White working class, he went down from 2021 when he ran against Murphy, but he went up a hair or more in Latino areas. Jack did.
Well, I saw Jack as the goose that laid the golden egg. In other words, he was the answer that New Jersey needed. I don't know why anybody wouldn't have seen him as, a treasure.
Sure, and let's go through what you were kind of getting at there, too. One of the principal things I would be worried about in Jersey, if I were Mikey Sherrill's campaign, is she's not from Jersey. She hated pork roll, and she said it. Jack Ciattarelli's got 100 years immigrant experience in New Jersey. That counts for a lot.
Should I give you my...
yeah, please, Alex. Go ahead.
My side question? Okay.
Sure.
Although it's hard to beat that Pete Rose. That was an excellent answer. Jim O'Brien.
Yes. I should have taken him off. I forgot to do it this time. You're right. Now, do you know when Jim O'Brien died? I'd have to get the exact day, but I think I remember the year. In the parachuting accident?
Yes, I'm thinking it was around 1980-ish.
I think it's 1983. So that's 42 years ago, and yet he's still one of the most beloved Philadelphians.
Everybody people always like to talk about Jim O'Brien.
Exactly. That's a great one, Henry. That could be usually I remember to take that off because now he was here a good bit of time, but that still doesn't make him a native Philly. And he had a Texas, he had a twang, he did weird kinds of things. And he died, his parachute didn't open, or it opened defectively. I think it was 1983, but I have to look at it.
September 25th, 1983.
So we just passed 42 years. He's up there almost as much as the Bud Dwyer answer. Bud Dwyer's taken off. Remember, you can't say
as always.
You can't say Trump. You can't say the Bible. You can't say Hitler, and you can't say Bud Dwyer. We may have to add Jim O'Brien to it since it's so. That is a great one. We kind of forgot that. All right, that might be in the running. That is a clear example. How does a guy from out of town like that end up this remembered 42 years after the fact? That is astounding. Fitting into Philadelphia. I was serious about that. Jack Chitterelli crawls with being from Jersey, though, right? And if you're not from Jersey, I mean, it'd be like if I ran against Matt or Rich Cioli in Jersey. I might say anything. Well, I hate all those meats. I don't care if it's tail or pork roll, whatever. I'm a vegetarian. If I'm running, I'm scarfing them both down. Pork roll, that kind of thing. I might go easy on the gravy and sauce. I might have to be a traitor.
Yeah, you might have to toe the line.
I know
on that
some
one.
of the sauce people would get mad. But if I'm running in South Philly, I know what to do. I don't know what to do really running in Jersey. I know how I ate pizza. I don't think they eat pizza that way. So how does somebody this tepid, Matt Rooney hit on some of it. She had a lot of money. She was able to convince people early on after she won the primary. Yep, the big lie. I am going to, by the way, stuff comes to me. I got to say it. Erwin, you're going to be next because this hurt Chitterelli too. It's underplayed. Something that happened near the end. She just said, I'm going to go after all those corporate interests, all these millionaires and billionaires that are jacking up your energy costs when she and Phil Murphy did it. By the way, why was there not enough Phil Murphy hatred here? A continuation of this. Why did we forget about Phil Murphy's hair and teeth and everything else? Because he's from Massachusetts. She's from, is it Virginia? I forget where she's from.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's not from Jersey either. That's something in Jersey that really is a negative. It's a big negative for obvious reasons. It's a weird state. You got to grow up there to understand Jersey. She doesn't. Rooney's right, too. She stuck the message really well. I think Jack did. He said 100 years here in Jersey, et cetera, a businessman. She said, helicopter pilot, mom. Helicopter pilot, mom. I would have, the only slight critique we had, we were kidding about it on the trip in Europe, would be to say, hi, I'm Jack Chitterelli. Plastic bags, Jack Chitterelli. Remember that plastic bag? And I would have given him the line. I would have given him the breakdown in sweat and screamingness. And guess what? They're not single use. And I'd have people in the crowd saying, I use them for my dog dirt. I use this for manure. They're not, every time I hear that, single-use plastic bags. Who are these people? Are they on another planet that they just use it to bring grocery homes and then they just throw them out?
How else am I going to carry my loose beers around to the tailgate?
There you go. You know what? Could that be we once did what's in your junk drawer. What do you use your single-use plastic bags for? That is a great one. I didn't even think about that.
Yeah, mine's always cans, whether they're empty or full.
I bring my lunch in every day, as you know.
Yep,
yeah,
there you go.
Every day. And I squirrel them away. I hoard them because what do you have more in your home? I'm afraid to ask. We once asked this. Light bulbs, because you don't like the ban of what they do. I bet we have people that still have 100 light bulbs in their house. Mm-hmm. Bullets, because people say that. Or the plastic bags. Which one have you hoarded more?
I don't have enough right now. I only have a few.
You never have enough. I tell this to Bro all the time. You never have enough of this stuff. You can always run out. Yeah, but we have 100 of them. I'm going to use this one. Don't use it. It's there just to be there.
I'm going to throw my mom on a bus.
Yeah.
She collects tons of plastic bags.
No, that is. You should have grown up seeing that, and you should be doing it also. You never know what they're going to do.
Sell those off for 10 cents a piece, make a fortune.
Exactly.
Right.
All right, phone lines. You can get in. We're rolling here. Great calls today. I love the last. I love Alex. Were they all trying to screw with the poll? I think that would have taken a number of people.
That would have been a hell of a grassroots effort.
Yeah, and I think the pollsters we were relying on were the pollsters that have gotten things right. And I understand the idea, never rely on the polls. Look, let's make a talk radio confession. When Jack was surging, coming on, we said they undercut him the last time. These polls are more right this time. It's probably tied, didn't we? And we were right to do that. I legitimately sat there. I was quarterbacking. I'm at the line with Henry here, and I'm going through Omaha. And suddenly I see Patterson, New Jersey. They called the race for Mikey Sherrill. And I'm like, what the heck? This can't be right. So I didn't report it because I didn't think it could be right. And then I didn't know to report it that early on. And then I said, I got to report it because listeners were going, oh, my God, wait a minute, Tom. It's only 8:45, and you're telling me we're losing by 13 points? Yeah, that's the reality. At least, the swamps of Jersey have bodies in there. Who knows? All right, phone lines, 855-839-1210.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli here with my friend Matt from Emmons Roofing and Siding. When it comes to protecting your home, you need a roofer that you can trust to do the job right.
That's why at Emmons, we're not just another contractor. We're your neighbors who've built our reputation on honesty, craftsmanship, and superior customer service.
Well, take it from me. Whether it's a roof repair or a full replacement, siding, windows, or doors, Emmons delivers long-lasting protection and peace of mind.
The most expensive project is the one you do twice, so call us today at 856-556-3229 or visit callemmons.com.
Experience casino like never before at Bet365. Spin your way through your favorite games. Check out our awesome table games and face off against a real live dealer. And play exclusive games that you simply can't play anywhere else. New Bet365 players get a 100% deposit match bonus up to $1,000 plus spins. Download the app and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically present in New Jersey and Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply.
250 years ago, a promise was made to connect families and friends near and far. And during the holidays, that promise is more important than ever. That's why USPS is building a better network to meet your needs with timely deliveries, easy and affordable ways to ship, and everything you need to make your season full of holiday cheer. Our purpose is delivering your peace of mind, knowing your love will arrive, bringing joy to all. The United States Postal Service. Learn more at USPS.com/holidays.
Fall means football, and the ultimate game plan starts in your kitchen. At D&K Appliances, we carry winning brands like GE, Bosch, Wolf, and Sub-Zero. So whether it's game day grilling, chilling drinks, or post-game cleanup, we've got you covered. Family owned with personalized service. D&K Appliances delivers, installs, and supports every play. Visit our showrooms in Newtown Square or Flowertown, or online at dkappliances.com. D&K Appliances, the dependable difference.
Prescription products require completion of an online medication consultation with an independent healthcare provider through the LifeMD platform and are only available if prescribed. Subscription required. Individual results may vary. Additional restrictions apply at lifemd.com. Read all warnings before using GLP-1s. Side effects may include a risk of thyroid C-cell tumors. Do not use GLP-1s if you or your family have a history of thyroid cancer.
Confused on where to start with weight loss medication? 95% of LifeMD patients said starting their weight loss journey was simple. Go to trylifemd.com now and see the best options with or without insurance for Wegovy, Zepbound, and more. Brian was approved for insurance coverage and lost 100 pounds.
I love the fact that insurance covered almost everything because pharmaceutical prices are going through the roof. The first time I realized that LifeMD was working for me was when the hunger started going away. I never thought losing weight would be this easy. It's given me more energy. I would recommend LifeMD to anybody.
Nearly 96% of patients said they would recommend the LifeMD program to anyone who wants to lose weight. Get started right now at trylifemd.com. That's TRYLIFEMD.com.
In the year 2021, all pet food sold comprised of 94% dry kibble. And now, 5 years later, only 61% continues to be kibble. And everything else is alternative fresh diets. At the Dogs and Cats Rule stores, we've been the leader of fresh premium foods from the beginning. Whether it be raw, gently cooked, air-dried, dehydrated, freeze-dried, and of course that previously mentioned kibble, Dogs and Cats Rule has the largest selection of cutting-edge products of any of the neighborhood pet stores. That's Dogs and Cats Rule. Shop small, shop local, shop family.
Calling on East Greenville to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it today.
Okay, it is Dom time. Welcome in. Coming up at 1:30, Dr. Oz, who, since the campaign has really become a friend, and he is involved in the center of a lot of big stuff. We may joust a little bit. Come on, Doc, on the Ozempic stuff. Are you really telling people to do that? Let's go to Bo in Levittown, and Bo's on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Bo.
Hey, Don, talk about a great year, 1980.
Yes.
4 Philadelphia sports teams. They all got to the championship rounds. I mean, unfortunately, it was only the Phillies that won.
Right.
But what a great year for Philly sports. I remember that being a young lad.
Unprecedented. Exactly.
It was unbelievable. But, being from Bucks County, it's really disheartening for me what happened here with our DA and with our sheriff. And it was, maybe it's the people I hang around around with who are very big, and I am a big Trump supporter, but we all voted. But then I get to the polling where I vote, and I'm saying, man, there's a lot of D's on here. This is scaring me.
Oh yeah, well,
and I'm thinking, why isn't there more R's?
It's
just great.
Since the 1800s, they hadn't elected a DA who was a Democrat. And look at Montgomery, Bucks County was safe. Now I believe they're unsafe.
Well, it gets back, and I beat you up a lot with my emails regarding our head here in Bucks County, and I want Scott Pressler to take over in Bucks. I really
Picture
do.
Scott Pressler as a Bucks County chairman. Oh my God, yes.
Yeah, I can't. Oh God, 0 for 16 we were.
Wow.
If you go 0 for 16 in the World Series, you get benched. But getting back to my my person, and again, this is from the 1980 team, even though they lost to the Raiders and the pride of Buffalo and Youngstown State, and he happens to have some pretty good golf courses and is a genuinely good person who does a lot for charity and our local, tri-state area is Ron Jaworski.
That is a great one, yeah. And the Polish Rifle seems to be like he's from here. You don't think of him as any place.
He ingratiated himself perfectly.
Yeah, the only thing he hasn't done, the only box he hasn't checked, he hasn't been out there at Mulligan's yet. We're trying to book him for the summer, that 40-yard football throw. But Lance has somebody who might be involved in this, Henry. This came up on the European trip. I've almost sealed the deal, even though I haven't spoken to this guy. He should be the recipient of my throw. Or if I'm not throwing 40 yards that day, I may tag you in as a surrogate to let you throw to him.
He's still probably faster than me.
We'll give Johnny Z another chance to catch the ball this time, right? A lot riding on. I don't know what I'd set the over and under at when you throw him that pass. All right, let's go to Lance in South Philly, see who he has. Lance, good afternoon.
Morning, Dom. Good afternoon, Dom. My honorable person is going to be Vince Papale.
Yes.
A guy from Glen Olden, walked on, never played a day of college football, met Coach Vermeil. He liked him, gave him a tryout. He made the team, and he played for 3 years.
How many passes did he catch?
I think 71.
I don't think so. Henry looked that up. I was told 1 on the European trip, Lance. I could be off. You think he had 71 catch? No, he was a bomb squatter.
I'm sorry. It must have been seven. Because he was on special teams.
He had a career 1 catch.
1 catch, Lance.
15
now,
yards.
Wait a minute. Lance, isn't he an example of what's great about Philadelphia? He caught 1 pass. That's how many years ago? 45 years ago. And yet he's a household name still here in Philadelphia.
And they made a movie.
Yeah, Invincible. Yeah.
Invincible. And that's my guy. That's the person I'm picking.
That's a great one. So there was a guy, I don't want to say his name here, he's working on it, from Jupiter Hill near Don Jr., who was on the trip with his wife. Really great people. And they're best buddies with Vince Papale.
Wow.
He's coming to town. I'm not sure if it's the week after next. And there might be a deal here. We're on Market Street. I throw 40 yards to Vince Papale. All right, Dr. Oz in the On Deck Circle coming up here on Talk Radio 1210.
At Citizens, we help make sense of your money and all your money questions.
Should I pay down my debt or start an emergency fund?
Is now the right time to start saving?
How can I move my financial goalposts even an inch?
Can money actually buy happiness?
What's it take to live like a royal in Queen Village?
Whatever money questions you have, Citizens has the answers. Make sense of your money at citizensbank.com/made-ready. Member FDIC.
Does your home never seem to have enough hot water? With a Bradford White Infinity Tankless Water Heater, you'll never run out. The Infinity Tankless heats as much water as you need, whenever you need it. Plus, they're super efficient to save you energy and money. And like all Bradford White water heaters, they're built to be the best for years of reliable performance. So ask your plumbing professional about going tankless with a Bradford White Infinity Series Tankless Water Heater. Visit BradfordWhite.com today to learn more.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-323-8922. 800-323-8922. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-323-8922.
Weather sponsored by Moderna.
Pretty cold overnight. A frost advisory in effect for much of the area. Low 36. Tomorrow, 63, partly cloudy. Saturday, warmer, 68 and partly cloudy. Sunday, 66 and showers. Monday, we might not even hit 50.
Mnexspike, COVID-19 vaccine mRNA by Moderna has arrived. To learn more and find it near you, visit mnexspike.com. That's mnexspike.com.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, all I know is when there's a doctor in the house, call, get out of the way. Dr. Oz is coming through. He was like a halfback over there at the NAC when I saw this Dom Giordano show. And then yesterday in the Oval Office, my goodness, Dr. Oz is the administrator for the Center of Medicare and Medicaid Services. Ozempic yesterday. He was talking about Trump babies, but there's a lot more. Let's go to Dr. Oz. Dr. Oz, thanks for joining us today.
Now, it's amazing you remember that day at the NAC. We were with Jim Worthington doing a big event with Senator Kennedy, actually.
Yes.
And a woman in the front, it's a large space if folks haven't been to Bucks County. And a woman collapsed. Like most doctors, you run to the problem. We're trained to help, so we do that. But yesterday's actually incident in this Oval Office is something that might be a opportunity to educate people for a second. I know we talk politics most of the time with Dom, but if you see someone whose knees are beginning to get weak, they're starting to roll their eyes a little bit, don't see what's going to happen. I can tell you what's going to happen. You don't need to go to medical school. Literally just grab them. Because the biggest harm is often from the fall. It's not why they fainted. You know, dehydration, low blood sugar. There's many reasons you'll faint. You can recover from that pretty quickly. But if you bash your head on the ground, and I was really worried he'd hit his head on the Resolute desk because he was standing right behind the president. And I noticed his knees start to go, so I did what a doctor will do, but you should now do as well, which is just bear hug the person because you love them and you don't want them to fall, and then ease them to the ground, lift their legs up, and that gets more blood circulating to the heart. And then he regained consciousness, and the rest of it can be taken care of with intravenous or whatever needs to happen. Anyway, good news. He got superb medical care. He is already back home with his wife, and the president, God bless him, the president called the wife from the Oval Office just to check on her.
Well, you know what? That's an outstanding example, and I agree with you. If I were standing there, something important like that, and feeling a little bit shaky, you're going to soldier through it, right? I know we can say, no, don't do that, but that's what you're going to try to do. I was very friendly with General Petraeus, and a guy that fit collapsed once, if you remember, had an incident. So it could happen to anybody. Doctor, just one quick thing. When they say dehydration, how's that happen? Is it just the individual, or somebody wouldn't drink water or liquids for a period of time?
Well, if you're going to a meeting, a lot of people don't drink because they don't want to have to go pee. There's no bathroom you can use in the Oval Office. And then you're standing there for a long time. The little trick about standing in the Oval Office or anywhere, frankly, move your knees. If you lock your knees, all the blood pulls to your legs. Gravity takes the blood south. And, you'll notice your ankles get swollen and all. But meanwhile, your heart doesn't get the fluid that it needs, and it's got to pump upwards. It's going against gravity with the blood. So you get lightheaded. Then, as you point out, you don't want to admit you're feeling woozy. And then by the time you finally compensate, look, naturally, normally, if you're at home and you feel a little lightheaded, you'll sit down, right?
Yeah.
Or you'll even lie on the ground. You can't do that when the president's speaking. And that's why he collapsed. In any case, happy ending to the story. And as always, I was impressed by the grace of the president through it.
Doctor, the key thing yesterday, I'm all on board. Who wouldn't be with this miraculous deal on Ozempic? I just wanted to get you, though, because I'm a little bit, people that really need this, I get it. It's going to be a miracle. But I'm a little bit, shortcutty with some of the American public who think, well, just use the pill. I see the ads on TV.
Well, the number one zip code for using these weight loss drugs is the Upper East Side of Manhattan. That is not where the obesity epidemic. Tom, that's the truth.
Yeah.
I can't make this stuff up.
Yeah.
But that's actually the moral hazard here.
Yeah.
Think about it. You've got a drug that can dramatically, by 20% reduction in weight. So if you're 250 pounds, you could lose 50 pounds of weight. Get back to your playing weight, your fighting weight. Feel great. Not have knee pains, be able to sleep again. And because of that, by the way, you'll also lose weight. And now all of a sudden you feel proud in yourself. You begin to eat better, exercise more. Now your hypertension goes away. Your diabetes gets better, which literally it can. So you are much better off and can deal with, consequences like renal failure, heart disease, dementia, stroke. All these things come down in numbers. In fact, I made the argument in the Oval Office that although we're going to spend a lot less for these drugs than we were going to, the main reason that this makes a lot of sense for the American taxpayer is we're going to save money. Within 2 years of the ink drying yesterday in the Oval Office, we believe that we're going to be able to already show returns to the American taxpayer, so they're paying less for these complications that I just mentioned. Yes, we're paying $250 for the drug that used to cost $1,200, so it's a good deal, and I'll talk about that in a second. But that low price is less than what we would already spend to take care of the complications of being heavy. Plus, Dom, get people back to work again, get them to feel like they're flourishing in life, get them happy again, and do this in areas of the country that are forgotten. Areas of Philadelphia where folks don't have the resources, upstate where, it's just difficult to explain or even, believe that people could spend $250. And now, if you're on Medicare, it's $50 copay. We'll pick up the other $200, and you get to be on a medication that can get you back to a weight that we believe is healthy for you.
That's all good. And then what you're saying, we're in unison. At that point, though, now we're back to where you were. You got to put in lifestyle changes to keep that going.
Well, obesity is not an absence of weight loss drugs in your bloodstream. I don't want to con people, nor should anybody else, that obesity is caused because we don't have these drugs. Obesity is caused because we have made it easy to be sick in America. This is the whole the MAHA movement that Secretary Kennedy has spearheaded is all about this basic premise. We've made it so difficult to raise healthy children, to stay healthy ourselves, that we are now suffering with obesity numbers that are more than twice that of Europe. Our food just isn't good for us oftentimes, and we don't have a culture of exercise, and we don't treasure sleep. All these are a trifecta leading to weight gain. I mean, reproducibly, predictable weight gain. So we have got to get that part right. But if you're 250 pounds and you can't sleep, you can't walk, you don't care about life as much because you just feel like you're out of your element. You eat whatever's in front of you because you're a little depressed about it. And all of a sudden we say, here's hope, but you got to help us. We're going to do this together. It's not a handout, it's a hand up. And then all of a sudden we see it happening. When you're losing weight seemingly effortlessly and everyone's commenting on it, you're like a winning team. It's like the Eagles, right? When they lose 2 games in a row, all of a sudden everyone's a fair weather friend. But they get back on the winning streak. Now we're all psyched up, everyone knows it's going to turn out fine. We're confident, if you're in the eastern part of the state anyway. But that's the reality. I got a lot of Pittsburgh folk in Washington. It's a shorter drive for them.
Yeah. Well, look, I wouldn't say 2 games. If you lose a half, if you're bad a half in Philadelphia, then we're already on you. So
we'll write you off.
When you, after you got done tending to the guy and you got to the podium yesterday, you were talking about, and the media loves this, Trump babies. What was Dr. Oz saying about Trump babies?
So these most favored nation drug pricing deals are all about addressing a problem the president has addressed, but you should all know about. If you buy a pill or drug made in America that in the same factory, same packaging, everything, and it's sold in Europe, it's 1/3 the price of here. Again, I'll say that again. It's crazy. On average, Americans pay 3 times more for their drugs than we pay for those same drugs in Europe. And so that's not fair. And so the president said, go out there, confront the pharmaceutical industry, get them to fix the problem. We're not going to have global freeloading anymore. So we went initially to Pfizer, a leading U.S. company. Then we went to AstraZeneca, a leading European company. We went to the fertility business and said, we want your drugs at the price the Europeans are pricing their drugs at. And it turns out that most Americans who can't have babies, and about 1/3 of American couples would have more children if they could. Either they don't have any children or they have one and they want two. So they can't afford the fertility treatments, and their companies don't pay for it because the drug prices are high. So we said we want the same prices. Literally, drug prices went from $240 down to $10, $12, $15. I mean, massive drops. And so the argument I made, and it's a compelling one, is now that the medication prices are reasonable, couples who want to have children can start pursuing that. Well, 9 months from now, when they're going to have babies, they're going to, let's call them Trump babies.
Exactly. I wanted to ask you personally, too. It seems like you're pretty happy, very energetic in this, in that the job that you're in, given your multiple skills, you were created to be in the middle of this, and it is revolutionary. And other than Trump's legacy in certain areas, the biggest legacy is going to be you and Kennedy Jr. and Dr. Marty, our friend, and changing America's health. This is the legacy. This is huge.
It pays dividends for generations.
Yep.
And it's also bipartisan. You know, you get a lot of, look, it doesn't matter what side of the political aisle you are. America is better off if we're healthy. We can work if we're healthy. We can procreate. We can create period if we're healthy. We want to be fit. We want to be able to live out with some agency in our life and do the things God put us on earth to do. And the sickness and ailments and the scourge of obesity that has held back so many Americans, we can address. And we have the tools, but we got to take on some special interests. And it's not easy to do that. And the president gives us permission to go fight those battles. And Secretary Kennedy is undaunted. You know he's brave. But MAHA is not just about bravery. The Make America Healthy Again movement is about curiosity. Do you really want to ask tough questions? And are you willing to courageously deal with the answers? There is no better person than Secretary Kennedy on that. And all of us are close because Marty McCary runs the FDA, Jay Bhattacharya runs the NIH. We're asking hard questions, questions that haven't been asked in decades, questions that are uncomfortable to ask, and the answers they'll anger you. But they're ones we're going to continue to pursue, and with the support of the president, you can do incredible things to make America healthier, and that will way outlive any tax policy, any subtle change in foreign policy. Exactly. A healthy America is a wealthy America.
I heard Kennedy and the president talk again. It was just dropped in Tylenol, Dr. Oz, a little bit. Within reason here, the Autism Project looking at this, we haven't heard anything in a while, and I realize this takes a lot of sensitivity, a lot of scientific research. What's going to happen next with that? What's ongoing right now, I should say?
So the FDA is going to change the label of a high-dose B vitamin called leucovorin that has been shown to be effective in a subgroup of kids with autism. And so once that happens, it allows me, because I have to pay the bills for prescriptions, it allows me to let moms of children on Medicaid, that's 50% of the kids roughly in the country, they'll be able to get this medication, which can be expensive otherwise, for their children. And we think we're going to be able to really get a lot of benefit to help children improve in their symptoms, especially the ability to speak. Meanwhile, the secretary is aggressively pursuing some studies looking at other things that are widely environmental issues that are affecting the population that might be more problematic in kids. Kids are like the canary in the coal mine. Adults may not be so sensitive to some pesticide, but kids are, and we're beginning to identify that. And then we're also revisiting other elements of how we take care of kids in our society and how we raise them. All this has to be evidence-driven, so we put $50 million, the Secretary has, in Jay Bhattacharya's NIH, the research arm of the U.S. Health Service, and they are aggressively looking at answers that can help parents. But your point, Dom, is an important one. We're not going to get short-term answers, so you've got to take some steps. And that's why we will always share with you whatever we know. If our families know that some discovery is happening, we're going to share with you that insight. Even if we don't have all the final answers, we want you to know what we know.
Absolutely. Dr. Oz, thank you so much. And as busy as you are, thanks for always coming on here. Again, thrilled at the position you're in. And yes, I remember that at the NAC because they told me I had to stop speaking. I had to get off the stage then.
That's right. I think. Do you think she faded because of you, or was it a coincidence?
I'm not sure, but I was going to be touting you, Dr. Oz. Thank you. Have a nice weekend. Thanks very much.
Take care, my friend.
All right, Dr. Oz here on Talk Radio 1210. Maybe it's a God wink, meaning, he didn't win the Senate, but he ended up in a job where there's real power, a real high-powered sort of thing here. And you heard what he said about the Trump babies, about Ozempic, and also about upcoming more on autism. And Dr. Marty there and Dr. Jay there, that's a good team, those three doctors there. With Kennedy, I'm more of a mixed, you know that. You know what I mean? I'm not going to just endorse everything just because it's our side. All right. We got great stuff going on here. I'm coming to your calls. We'll get 2 or 3 more in on what is it or who is it, real or fictional, that should be an honorary Philadelphian, coming off the idea that this weekend in Philadelphia is the big Rocky run. And, over at the Inquirer, they want to make money on him, but then they want to attack him and say, this is my top 10 petty moment of the year. This woman writer for the Inquirer saying we have too many Rocky statues in Philadelphia. When are they going to take that statue back that he put up there? And Henry, if you remember, she said it's like over a month that it's still up there. The pettiness of this, and it's obvious they reek because it's Stallone, who was generous, but he's a friend of Trump.
It's old man yells at cloud, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, it is just, let it there. People like it. They love running up those steps. Some have beaten cancer and they run up the steps. Come on. I think it's Mike Vitez that I used to have on the show, great reporter for the Inquirer. He wrote 2 books. One was on that. The other was spending a day with Wilt, what that was like.
Oh, man.
The number of women that apparently, wanted to add to the 20,000 list, among other things. Can you imagine being around Wilt for 24 hours in his heyday? Or if we had social media and all that we have today and Wilt were in the NBA today, oh, my God. Never playing more minutes in a year than 48 minutes a game.
Which was crazy. That's still maybe the most insane stat.
Yeah, that is probably it. Well, no, it's taking a bowling ball with no holes in it and averaging 208. That's pretty good. That's
also very good.
Yeah, exactly. All right, more calls coming up. 855-839-1210. Though first, let me remind you, after talking with Dr. Oz about another doctor, my good friend, personal dentist extraordinaire, and board-certified prosthodontist, Dr. Robert Bentz. And exciting news from Dr. Bentz also. His daughter, Dr. Emily Bentz, has successfully challenged and completed her board certification, and that's no small feat. When I go there and I've talked with them about this and his experience, it's now 11 years of training between the two and 33 years of experience. It's thrilling to know Dr. Emily Bentz joins Dr. Bentz in providing the best in customized and innovative care for the most complex dental issues, like mine. A lot of dentists send the tough cases to him, and then the exceptional general dentistry services provided by Dr. Sarah Cooley Bentz, his wife. And now we have Dr. Emily Bentz in there. So when you have an issue that requires highly specialized care or perhaps a second opinion, I encourage you to do what I did. Just call the Bentz Dental Group, 610-272-6949, or visit their website, Bentz, B-E-N-T-Z, dentalgroup.com. They're there, even a Friday. Call them now, 610-272-6949.
If you have Medicaid and are new to Medicare, you may qualify to enroll in a Humana Medicare Advantage dual-eligible special needs plan with a lot more benefits, like dental, vision, and hearing, along with helpful support when you need it most. Now is the time to see if you qualify to enroll. It only takes a few minutes to find out if you're eligible. Our licensed sales agents are ready to help you understand your options. So this Medicare planning season, we can help you plan well. Learn more at humanaduals.com. Humana, a more human way to healthcare. Humana is a dual-eligible special needs HMO SNP plan with a Medicare contract and a contract with the state Medicaid program. Enrollment in any Humana plan depends on contract renewal.
Searching for a new path to wellness? Dr. Molly Fantasia explains how medical hydration therapy can help you reclaim your energy. Listen to Health Watch, Sunday mornings at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
This information should not be taken as legal or medical advice. We are an advocacy organization sponsored by law firms. For information about all your legal rights and medical matters, consult with a mesothelioma attorney and healthcare provider. Prior results do not predict a similar outcome.
A mesothelioma diagnosis can feel overwhelming, but you don't have to face it alone. The Mesothelioma Center at asbestos.com has helped thousands of families find care and get the financial help they deserve.
I was diagnosed with pleural mesothelioma in July of 2019. I connected with asbestos.com. I remember thinking that perhaps we can get some help, that there's money out there. It was the best decision ever. And I ended up with college money for my children.
50% of mesothelioma patients and families in the U.S. turn to us for help each year. For trusted, compassionate support, visit asbestos.com or call 800-681-1942. That's 800-681-1942. 800-681-1942.
You've got to see Scott Kia's new location in Royersford, where their focus is on you. Relax with an easy, transparent, and enjoyable car buying experience with a stunning new showroom, a state-of-the-art service center, and a staff that understands your time is valuable and will treat you like a VIP. It's time to experience what a 5-star service truly feels like. They are focusing on you, and that's changing everything. And that's why it's always smooth sailing at Scott Kia of Limerick, just off Route 422.
When it rains in Philly, your roof better be ready. I'm Merrill Reese. Don't wait until winter blitzes your home. Call the team at Impriano Roofing and Siding, protecting local homes for over 50 years. From roofing to siding to energy-efficient windows, they do it right. No gimmicks, no pressure, just honest work and great savings. Before the next storm hits, visit Impriano.com or call 610-644-4444. The best homes have an Impriano roof. Impriano Roofing and Siding, your home's first line of defense.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Free speech lives here with Kaylee Company weekday mornings on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
All right, let's get to the callers. You're with Tom. Great stuff from Dr. Oz inside the stuff that happened in the Oval Office yesterday. My God. Let's go to Robert in Ben Salem on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Robert.
Hey, Dom, Henry, how you guys doing today?
Good.
Fine.
If I just wanted to put this to bed as far as like the election yesterday, because we know it's our fault. It seems to me that the left hates Trump more than we like Trump, because he like you say that Trump isn't on the ballot, and I disagree. The Democrats put him on the ballot every chance they get, and we don't respond to it. But the thing with New Jersey is that Citarelli got enough votes. He got more votes than Murphy did both times.
Right.
Okay? And so where this 500,000 vote anomaly came from out of nowhere is something that, we should look into. I'm not saying that they cheated or anything like that, because the number of votes they got still fell within the number of votes that turned out in 2024. Okay? So it falls squarely on us. But I think that's what it is. They hate Trump at a level that we can't comprehend, and he's going to turn them out, and that's why he needs to turn them out. And I suspect he's going to make a big effort in the midterms to make that connection to his voters so that they get out. Because when we get out, we win, Dom.
Well, look, that's what I've been saying all week, but I don't see it yet, Robert. This has to be look, you see what they did on affordability? They jumped on that right away, and I support all that.
They created it. That's amazing. They created the.
Yeah, well, right. Now, Matt Rooney was on this, Robert. She had a lot of money. The media let her get away with it, and she did a good job, let's face it, even though it's the big lie beyond belief, of saying on day one, I am going to stop all this, and I'm going to go after the corporate interests. You and I know it's the big lie, but if you can put it out there, in other words, she didn't pretend it wasn't an issue. She didn't run away from it. And she knew they would cover up the lie. They might even believe it. They're crazy. How could a progressive like Mikey Sherrill run on the affordability issue in Jersey? They're nuts.
She did a Mom Donnie light.
Yes,
really.
yes,
she just
exactly.
didn't say she's the method means of production.
That's right.
But,
that's a great a bill to put on it. Yeah.
But just remember, man, if we get out, we win. Please, people in the midterms, please don't let us have to make these calls again because it's not necessary. But at any rate, I'm going to get to my side answer, and I'm going to go with Billy Martin. And the reason why I'm going to go with Billy Martin is because he had a tendency to, first of all, he was always looking for that little advantage. Well, you could call it cheating or whatever, but he was the first one to call out Brett with that stupid thing with the pine tar. And it seemed like he was always looking to make things worse than they really were. With Reggie Jackson, with George Steinbrenner, it looked like he just liked to mix it up and get into trouble all the time.
Well, now wait a minute. The most famous thing is the guy was a marshmallow salesman. Remember that? He gets into a brawl with them at a urinal. How do you do that?
So he's got the character and the weird sense of humor to fit in here, and I'm going to leave it there. You guys have a great day. Great show, Don.
Look that one up, Billy Martin. I believe it was a marshmallow salesman from Minnesota or something, and they fought in a bathroom originally, as I remember.
Yeah.
Yes.
1979 incident, got into a bar fight with Joseph Cooper, a Minnesota marshmallow salesman.
Wow.
This led to him being fired from the Yankees for a second time, but we all know that wasn't the last.
Wow.
You could just hit a button on the side of my head. It's all stored here.
Yeah.
Stuff like this. All right, coming up. Great person. We got lucky because of the idiocies of New Jersey to get to know Dawn Fantasia. Also, side question, her name is just unbelievable. You got to have fun with Dawn Fantasia, both the Dawn and the Fantasia, of course. She's with us. She, I think, would have been Secretary of Education. I know that's what I would have made her, whatever they call it in Jersey. And a lot of you are talking about corruption on this and voter ID. I just saw on Twitter she posted a little while ago how high the polling, even in New Jersey, is to have voter ID and how it was shut down. They'll never do it. Why won't they do it? Because they want to cheat, or they want to make us believe they might cheat if they have to. We'll figure out with Dawn what happened here. And again, on election night, I told Henry it's like 8:45. Oh, come on now. I see three of these, The Hill, News Nation, Mediaite. They declared Mikey Sherrill the winner. This was around 8:45. Could have been even a little bit earlier. I'm not buying it. I think I said it at that point. And then we're looking at the numbers. They were parallel for hours between how bad we were getting beaten in Virginia, which I think was maybe a bad candidate, everything figured. And we were getting beaten with a really good candidate the same way in Jersey, almost within a tenth of a point. How could that be? If Jack had lost, it would have been tough. But if he lost under a point, you can say, it's Jersey. There's a number of factors there. I'm still stunned. How could the polls be that wrong? What the heck happened? All right, Dawn Fantasia next here on Talk Radio 1210.
If you're one of the millions of Americans behind on your taxes, if you're afraid to open your mail because IRS collection letters could be coming, listen carefully. The IRS is cracking down, taking paychecks, freezing bank accounts, revoking passports. That's a fact. But here's what most people don't know. There are official tax relief programs designed to help struggling taxpayers. Programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief. Optima's award-winning team will fight to protect your paycheck, your passport, and your property. Their tax attorneys and licensed tax professionals will work tirelessly to get you the best deal possible with the IRS. Every day, penalties and interest keep piling up, so don't wait. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday, and I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
It's that time of year again to replace your old drafty windows and doors. If this sounds like something on your to-do list, then turn to my good friends at Guida Door and Window. Guida will help you save big this fall with their buy one, get one half off sale on all qualifying windows and doors. For every door and window you buy, you get a second one at 50% off. And you can mix and match these savings to suit your own needs. Buy an entry door, get half off a storm door. Buy a patio door, get 50% off a window. Need to replace all the windows and doors in your house? Then you'll save 50% on half your project. The more you need, the more you save. Plus, start your project with no money down and take 18 months to pay it off with no interest. Offers for a limited time only and restrictions apply. So call Guida today to schedule a free, no-obligation in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's go, GUIDA.com.
Get behind the wheel of a brand new 2026 Chevy. Now lease a brand new Chevy Equinox, just $289 a month for 36 months. Need more muscle? Jump into a 2026 Silverado 1500 RST. Lease for $499 a month for 39 months, or finance it with 0% APR. Visit Hester Chevrolet of Philadelphia or check us out online at HesterChevy.com. Call 267-343-9094 for details. Together, let's ride.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/deal for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
All right, little quick story. You know how one of our most treasured guests came our way. That would be Dawn Fantasia, because of these people in Newark and all telling people in Sussex County they had to put the bird feeders up higher because of the bears. And ever since then, she's one of our go-tos on New Jersey. As I said, she has out on Twitter today. People asked about voter ID. 91% of Republicans support, independents support. Why don't Democrats want it? The answer is pretty obvious. Let's go to Dawn on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Dawn, thank you so much. I know it's been a busy week for you. Thanks for coming on today.
Thanks for having me, Dom.
Well, I was thinking about you. I know Matt Rooney was at the bar in Chitterell. We were on a stream, and then suddenly the stream seemed to go down. I'm on here quarterbacking our election coverage around 8:43 or 4, whatever it was. We see this spasm of media outlets, some of them pretty reputable, calling it for Mikey Sherrill. I report that, and we're not going with that. How could that be? Thought this would come down to a point on either side. He could have lost easily, but or she would win by a point, Dawn. What were you thinking as that started to unroll? Did you, in any universe, say, yeah, I saw some of this coming?
No. Honestly, no. I think about the climate that Republicans walked into. So if you had a crystal ball a month ago and saw what happened across the country, like Virginia electing Jay Jones statewide, the man who put in writing his fantasies about shooting his Republican opponents and their children, right? You would know instantly that this was not a normal climate. We, as Republicans, were walking into political buzzsaws. Voters were angry at Washington. They blamed Republicans for the shutdown and everything that's going on in D.C., and it doesn't matter that the facts tell a different story. Perception becomes the reality, and the perception was Republicans were at fault. I mean, even here, one of my colleagues in the Assembly who lost by a razor-thin margin told me that based on partisan turnout, he expected to win by roughly 1,500 votes. And instead, allegedly unaffiliated voters broke hard the other way, something no one saw coming, and that shift alone flipped races that should have been considered, quote, safe in this round.
Well, Dawn, too, I will tell you this week, I don't know how much chance you have to listen. I have been going after some of these voices out there, and here's where I really wanted to call you in. In my estimation, Rich and Matt Rooney, too, and seeing this up close, Jack Ciattarelli ran a heck of a campaign, an unbelievable campaign. There was unbelievable energy. But those first few days when I saw in the early voting that we weren't meeting the mark, I started to think it's likely he could lose by a small margin. You weren't sensing anything. And again, these attacks saying we had a poor candidate. He was an excellent candidate. He is Jersey, just like you are.
I found him to be an excellent candidate, talking about affordability, relatable, likable, traveled across the state and connected with more voters, I think, than any candidate ever did. And as we stand now with the last of the votes coming in with our ridiculous system that allows you to count ballots from now to kingdom come, he's, approaching 1.4 million votes in a gubernatorial election, which is an incredibly high number. For a Republican, would have been enough to beat Governor Murphy had this been 2021. So, I think Democrats didn't take this election for granted the way they did in 2021.
Right.
So, here in 2025, we had national Democrats and the liberal super PACs dumping money into New Jersey like never before. They were trying to protect Mikey Sherrill and everyone down ballot. And meanwhile, us Republicans, we're still clawing uphill against our structural disadvantage. So we made progress, right, with recent registrations, but the gap still matters. Like in New Jersey, we have 1.67 million Republicans. There's 2.53 million Democrats and 2.36 million unaffiliateds. So when you look at that, that's still an 853,000 voter structural advantage for Democrats. So before, to your point, before even a single machine vote was cast on election day, the math was already stacked. We had 336,000 Democrat vote by mail ballots versus 123,000 Republican. And in early in-person voting, Democrats were outpacing us again. So by election day morning, the Democrats held a 259,000, about 500 plus 500 vote advantage. So that's the wall that needed to be climbed.
Now, some people resorting to this, and it is curious to me. I'm not a conspiracy guy. I'm the anti-conspiracy guy in talk radio, Dawn. How in the world, and you have, I say this publicly, you're better than anybody at dissecting Mikey Sherrill. Of all the people I had on, you're calm about it, precise, and funny, which is a deadly combination. She doesn't get the juices flowing, say like a Nancy Pelosi to me, that I get worked up. She's such a milquetoast, such a creature of all this, but you guys live with her, know her better day to day. I can see why you get worked up. How in the world are we expected to believe she got somewhat of a surge out of the Newarks and places like that of the world? And I looked at this guy, Godersky, who's a populist and does a number deep dive in Jersey. Jack did in many Latino areas better than he did in 21, but it was the white working class areas where he was down. So how did she suddenly drive out these voters?
I don't believe it was she herself driving out the voters. Again, I think the majority of us, at least on our side, are in agreement that she wasn't a particularly inspiring candidate, but she also was not a particularly offensive candidate, to the general populace. She was safe. They picked, again, someone on paper who checks all the boxes. I feel like what a huge part of the problem here is that you could have literally put, I believe, maybe it was Matt Rooney that said you could have had Mother Teresa running as, the Republican here, and you could have had Pol Pot as the Democrat here, a.k.a. Jay Jones. You could have had that kind of circumstance, and I don't know if we would have seen a different outcome. Now, the numbers, again, not to be a conspiracy theorist, but they're a bit suspect. I believe that voter ID has a piece here. I believe the Democrats' hearty embrace of ballot harvesting certainly has a place here, and quite stealthily for a year plus, have had boots on the ground pushing this. So it really mattered very little who the figure was that they inserted. As you mentioned before, I heard you in the segment before discussing Abigail Spanberger and Mike Farrell and the parallels between the two.
Exactly.
But, and how it paced that way. It's an odd coincidence. You had the Pennsylvania, Supreme Court, that case. You have Mamdani in New York City. I think it was, again, trying to send a message. The Democrats came out in full force and in their numbers in very blue areas of the country, really trying to assert their story and their narrative. And the most appalling part of the whole thing, quite honest, the most appalling part, honestly, across the entire country was the Jay Jones win in Virginia. I never want to hear a Democrat ever again who supported him say one peep about political violence. It's the most ludicrous thing. But separate from that disgusting outcome, I read something really, really smartly written by a gentleman by the name of Adam Coleman, and he had a piece in the New York Post, and he's an independent voter, and he captured exactly why, so many people in New Jersey are losing hope. The obvious piece here is that Democrats in the state are directly responsible for crushing our families financially.
Yes.
We have our friends and family moving out. We have for sale signs, cost of living so punishing that even middle-class working families are suffocating, right? And now we just inserted a governor that will be a rubber stamp for every tax, every fee, every mandate, and it's not going to get better. And the amount of despair that this caused for the working class, for the 1.4 million who did see this as a true chance, to change things in New Jersey, it's incredibly disheartening. It's really, it's very upsetting.
It is. And, again, I think the thing of it is they know deep down not enough people are going to move out, that they have to stop this, Dawn, because Jersey pops. It's not some dull place. You're an example of it. You don't see Dawn Fantasias in these other states. It's got it. And I think even though a lot of people move out, Dawn, people want to be in Jersey. In other words, they'll put up with a lot of stuff. And my theory, and I see from afar, you have enough progressives, enough liberals who are willing to be taxed to death, put up their kids indoctrinated in schools. And then you have the poorer elements who want the government to do this. You put those two things together, and it's hard to beat it.
You're not wrong, and to me, it's kind of a cognitive dissonance, right? Because we heard so loudly, we had independent voters, so the people, in essence, who really truly decide the elections here, openly say that they'll have to flee New Jersey just to survive. That should set off alarm bells. Democrats didn't win because they're popular. They won because they weaponized turnout and they weaponized fear. But the lived experience of everyday families tells us a very different story, and now we are left to rebuild and try to somehow corral the damage that's already there and the damage that's incoming.
And again, Dawn, I've been on kind of a tirade here. If you see Jack and tell him we'd love to talk with him whenever he's ready to talk. He was an excellent candidate from where I sit, and I've seen it up close. And Rich Cioli and Matt have seen candidates too. There was no doubt. And he is, I thought that counted a lot in Jersey after Phil Murphy. We want someone from Jersey. Christie, with all his flaws, reeks of Jersey. I couldn't run in Jersey against you, for example. I'd be crushed right out of the box. I don't know Jersey. I'd have to be thinking about it. I'd have to constantly. Now, if it were South Philly, I might be able to beat you, but, not Jersey.
Democrats were able to spin and make this a national narrative. And again, whether that was the reality or not, people still talk about prices, although inflation is now down, from 9.1 to 2.5% under Trump. Chicken is cheaper. Eggs are cheaper. Gasoline is cheaper. And people are just going to be starting to feel that. But, the Democrats were masterful in their deceitful messaging. And we're able to pull it away from the obvious, assault on the working class from the Trenton Democrats for the past 25 years. People had a national lens, not necessarily a state lens, but, people get the government that they vote for. So we are in for quite a ride for the next 4 years.
Well, just one parting thing, too, maybe not secret, maybe you sense this, too. I would so enjoy Jack Ciattarelli, the people he was going to put in his cabinet. I mean, I don't know if Mike Testa would have been the attorney general. Oh, my God. But Dawn Fantasia in the education arena, I was thinking as we headed toward election night, wow, to be in talk radio and have that would have been exciting.
Well, I still am part of, education. I am, on the Assembly Education Committee. Hopefully we will see a turn under this administration towards academics. We can only pretend that our schools are the best in the nation when kids in Trenton in the third grade, 6% read on grade level. The facade can only stay up so long. So hopefully, reality smacks them in the face at the point where they can no longer deny it. And maybe we can make some gains here. That's my hope.
Absolutely. Dawn, where do we find you on Twitter?
I'm Dawn Fantasia _NJ.
Well, Dawn, thank you. As always, that random thing of the Bears, et cetera. I'll never forget that first day we have you on. What fun it was. To be continued,
Yes.
Dawn. Thank you.
Definitely. Thank you, Dom.
Have a nice weekend. Yeah, I remember that. What fun. All right, let me take a couple callers, and then Henry has a special, everyday special.
Mm-hmm.
God knows, it can't be as exhausting as yesterday.
I hope not.
Dom's Money Melody. Woo! I'd like to have, when Dan comes back, I'm not sure if he's back next week, one day where the two of you come together on this, and I can imagine the labyrinth. It would be like a big budget movie that goes nowhere.
I mean, that's how I hone my craft. He'd bounce an idea off me, and I'd be like, how about this? And he's like, that's wicked. Let's do it.
All right, let's go to Phil in Delaware. Remember the side question today, and we get the winner today for that $50 gift card. Rocky, the big Rocky run this weekend, 30,000 people in Philadelphia register. More would do it. It's fabulous. Somebody, real or fictional, that should be an honorary person here in Philadelphia. They would fit in. They get it. Let's go to Phil. All right, Phil, who do you have today?
Hey, good afternoon. Thanks for taking my call, as always. My Rocky statue actually is Tug McGraw leaping off the mound when they won the World Series.
Yes. Great moment. And Channel 6, Phil did put him on, if you remember that inspirational thing. I was teaching then. He came to my classroom. I was one of the first ones that he did.
Yeah, actually, like I said, if we have to put a statue up next to Rocky, him leaping off the mound was just phenomenal. I will always picture it and remember and love it.
Absolutely. That is a good one. Yeah, he had the characteristics that you want here. Drew in Upper Darby, a winner yesterday. We almost had to bleep him there in a second because of the Greek captain telling us, no, you don't go down with the ship. Can you imagine the next cruise? Did that guy ever a captain again? You get on and it's that guy?
Yeah, I would get off immediately.
Yeah,
you're right.
You get on the plane and it's that guy that's your pilot there on the plane. There's going to be a lot of turbulence, and I have a parachute. You don't. Let's go to Drew in Upper Darby. Hey, Drew, afternoon to you.
Hey, Dom, there was a hearing on him, and he did face the music. It's a try. I just remember seeing it, Dom. You know, like I didn't Google it or anything. I just remember it. And hey, Dom, my last name is Stathis. Yasu. I'm half Greek. I declared that in the beginning. I was exposed to the culture as a young man, like the spiny copita and the baklava at my yaya. That means grandmom. But when my dad died and my yaya died, I just got disconnected. So that's all. Thanks. So I appreciate that.
You know, Zenos will be over to reconnect you.
I guarantee you. I know people Zenos knows. I'm probably much older than him.
It's probably
Zenos
the diner mob that you guys know. That's right. Yeah.
You know, Zenos is I know Greeks like Zenos. They're very smart men. They know the culture. They know everything. I'm not in that category, though. But, hey, Dom, Robert had been nailed it about Mr. Billy Martin. Did you know, and I remember this, I didn't look it up, that Billy Martin died on Christmas Day in 1989. He was partying with his buddy, and they got in a pickup truck, and the pickup truck just veered off the road, and it rolled down a hill. So he partied like a Philadelphian, that's for sure. But my side answer, Dom, is I don't know if these guys adopted Philadelphia or Philadelphia adopted them, but collectively as a group, they were just a bunch of guys from Canada, French Canadians who liked to drink, and they became the Broad Street Bullies.
Absolutely. That is a great one. I mean, I've experienced it up close. By the way, as far as handshakes, we told you about the Watson handshake, right?
Oh,
I got to say, this guy, what's this? Is it John? Is he the new guy, the new producer?
Oh, yeah, John.
Yeah. Shake hands with him and all. He's not a big guy or whatever, but he's got an internal.
He's got energy, so I can totally see the handshake being forceful. Like, hey, how's it going?
Yeah, no, he's got. Yeah, it's not quite like those guys, but I noticed that today. Oh, yo, stop at the handshake there. Don't need to prove anything.
He's very excited.
Oh, yeah, he does have energy. All right, I think we have enough lines here to get a winner. I hope.
Maybe.
Okay. One more. Let's go to Joe in Exton on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Joe. Good afternoon.
Yes. Hello, Dom, and good afternoon. A person who arises out of nowhere working as a taxi cab driver in New York City and becomes discovered as an articulate bloviator of political events on a par with the great Dom Giordano is Jimmy Fallon.
Excellent, Joe. Right on, Braun. And then there was the Byzantines. Yes. All right. We want to follow the inscrutable one, Joe, with Henry's what?
It's Dom's Money Melody. Has all the money gone?
All right. We are playing for a pair of tickets to see classical guitarist Adam Ciccoletti at the Zlock Performing Arts Center campus of Bucks County Community College this Saturday. Yep, this Saturday, November 8th at 3 p.m., courtesy of the Zlock Performing Arts Center.
Yeah, Dom. So today on the side question, we are asking for people who would make an honorary Philadelphian just because of their personality or what they do. And I feel like a lot of people that hate or don't understand Philadelphia are the ones that haven't been here. The ones that haven't kind of submerged themselves into the culture that is Philly. I lost my train of thought. All right.
What the heck is going on?
Sorry.
What are you having a senior moment? What the heck's happening?
I completely lost where I was going. Anywho. All right, yeah, it takes a while to get submerged in the culture here. I got it back.
Yeah, okay.
All right, I've been thinking this over for like 2 hours too, and I can't believe I lost it just now. So yeah, it takes a little to get submerged in the Philly culture, but once you do, you love it. Similarly to this style of music that I'm going to play for you here today, this band I'm going to play for you, not my typical kind of music, but people say once you listen to this specific genre of music that this band performs, you get hooked. You really immerse yourself in it, all right? I'm going to say that much. So I want to know the name of this band covering Will Smith's Getting Jiggy With It. Name of this band that has performed here in Philadelphia, and you really want to get submerged in their culture. I'm saying that purposely.
Okay.
Submerged in their culture. Want the name of this band. Yeah, it's a live performance from this band, Don, because they are only good live. That's what people say about these types of bands, is that you have to see them live.
All right, now I don't think that's hip-hop, but I'm just...
No, it's not hip-hop.
No.
It is a hip-hop song. It is not a hip-hop band.
All right, because I just saw Billboard, big controversy this morning. First time in 40 years, I don't think there's a hip-hop song in the top 40.
I did see that. That's crazy.
That's shocking. So hit us with that. You're off to the Zlock. You get the belt of today. We'll continue your calls, and we'll get a winner before the end of the show. We're going to talk with Harry Hurley in minutes, the voice of South Jersey and the Shore. He worked for Donald Trump as an executive in the casino business, and I think he's one of the best friends, at least in the media, of Jack Ciattarelli. His observations are key of what happened here. 855-839-1210.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Cunahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/radio for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/radio for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/radio. See representative for warranty details.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, hims.com/joy.
This week's Game Time Sports Update is brought to you by Bet365.
Now officially in the second half of the pro football season, Philadelphia will head to Green Bay for Week 10's Monday night game. This is set to be a big matchup as both teams lead their divisions, and Philly comes off a 2-game winning streak.
When it comes to sportsbooks, Bet365 has it all. Download the Bet365 app today. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be located in Pennsylvania.
Experience casino like never before at Bet365. Spin your way through your favorite games. Check out our awesome table games and face off against a real live dealer. And play exclusive games that you simply can't play anywhere else. New Bet365 players get a 100% deposit match bonus up to $1,000 plus spins. Download the app and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically present in New Jersey and Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Picking out an engagement ring can be terrifying. You're searching for the ring, but have no idea where to start. Go to Family & Company Jewelers in Marlton. The team, especially JR, makes it easy. No pressure, just real help from someone who cares. They break down diamonds, styles, and what actually matters. Their selection is huge. Every shape, size, and price range. You leave confident, not overwhelmed. When it comes to finding the ring, there's only one place to go. Family & Company Jewelers, South Jersey's diamond destination.
It's time to cut your old point of sale system and revolutionize your business with PDQ POS. Joe Flynn and his team at PDQ have been the industry leader for over 35 years. They offer everything from mobile POS to self-service kiosks and the best service and support in the industry. For the fastest, easiest, and most reliable POS available, trust PDQ POS. No matter how many locations you have, they'll build a custom solution for your business. Visit pdqpos.com.
Turn off the financial news and turn on a great retirement. Find out how with Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Saturdays at 5 p.m. and Sundays at 9 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
You can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
It's Dom's Money Melody.
Where has all the money gone?
Show me the money.
All right, listen to the clue, and Henry says this band is Philadelphia, would fit in, but only if you hear them live in person. A little bit of the clue. Here we go. All right, let's try Marianne in University City. Hey, Marianne, who's the band?
Is it snack time?
All right, good try, Marianne. No, it is not. Sorry, Marianne. That's with the buzzers there. All right, so we don't have a winner. We'll take it off air, right? 855-839-1210.
Let me say, this band might be your jam.
Okay. All right, there you go. All right.
Aquatic.
Hit up Kirk with that, and we'll get a winner here in a moment. Now, we heard Dawn Fantasia. That was very moving, very good breakdown of what happened in Jersey. Harry Hurley is a great friend. I sometimes broadcast from his studios, and we've gone back and forth on each other's shows. He is the voice of the shore, the Jersey Shore and Central and moving forward. Hurley in the morning on WPG, talk radio there in, well, not exactly right at the shore. He is someone who worked for President Trump as an executive in the casino industry. He has a deep Trump connection, but also I would say he is a really good friend and knowledgeable about Jack Cettarelli. So let's bring in Harry on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Harry, thanks for coming on today.
Of course. Great to be with you, Dom. Quite an election, and really a lot of it completely unforeseeable. The intensity of, and really, I think this is just a hatred of Trump. It really motivated Democrats and independent Democrats. You know, nobody's talking about this, but Jack Cettarelli got more votes in 2025 than he did in 2024, yet he was within 3 points of winning 4 years ago and lost by, obviously, a wide 13-point margin just a few days ago. An extraordinary result that led to the loss of 5 really good members of the New Jersey General Assembly. This cut deep, and it cut from Cape May all the way through Trenton.
All right. So, Harry, I'm in agreement with you. I was on doing our coverage. I don't know if you were doing it on your station there or where you were. And by every indicator, we started to hear nationally they were calling the race for Mikey Sherrill at about 8:43 or 4, I discounted that. That's ridiculous. But when I saw the 13-point lead at one point, I thought she would win in the end. If I had to flip a coin, that looked to me that's where it was going to go. But by these numbers, what the heck happened?
Well, number one, you got to give it to them. Mikey Sherrill had a 300,000 vote lead before Election Day. So that was going to be a tough hurdle. Now, Jack Ciattarelli did make up more than 200,000 votes 4 years ago. He was down by about 250. Right. He wound up losing by about 84,000. Nobody could plan for the incredible turnout that Democrats and independent-leaning, almost Democrats, pulled off for them. All the polls had it anywhere from less than 1 point to no more than 7 points. I thought the 7-point polls were outliers and that this was a 1 to 2 point race. So a lot of this could not be measured. And as you know, Dom, you cannot measure intensity. You can call and you can sample 1,000 people and you can get your finding to within plus or minus 3 points, but nobody could measure the intensity that happened. It's my feeling that the government shutdown was a big deal. The cost of electricity, a very big deal, even though Democrats are the ones that put New Jersey in the position where we were now buying very, very expensive electricity from Canada. Not long ago, we were a net electricity exporter. We had all we needed, and we could export electricity. What I didn't count on is that Mikey Sherrill would successfully run a campaign almost like a no kings, total anti-Trump campaign. I thought it was unserious and that it would not succeed. It turns out that enough New Jerseyans believed that Jack Ciattarelli would raise everyone's sales tax by 10 cents. It was never going to happen. He got blamed for the high electric rates. He ran a really good campaign a year ago, and I'm not making excuses, I'm just analyzing on the Dom Show. A year ago, Ciattarelli wins. This time, a year later, it was not a good atmosphere to be a Republican in New Jersey, and it bears out it wasn't Ciattarelli, it was all the way down the ballot. One of our finest assembly persons is barely going to survive in the Atlanta County area. The other one is going to lose her seat. So this was just not a Democrat wave. This was a Democrat tsunami.
Well, Harry, how about what I've been zoning in on? First of all, there's some voices nationally and others that said we need better candidates. He ran a textbook race. No. This was as all out as anybody that I've seen. And I'm not going to stand there. And you know him better. You're a better friend. You're more connected. So
whoever said that should turn in their membership card to their society. They don't know what they're talking about. Jack Ciattarelli was one of the most prepared candidates for governor in history.
Right.
It wasn't a question of bad candidates lost. How does that explain the many veteran Republicans that were defeated? No, this we have to accept that something happened here. And it's a combination of a lot of things. And this government shutdown that Democrats caused, and they keep saying it's a Republican shutdown, the voters believe that Republicans have shut the government down.
Well, let me joust with you on it, because I have a bigger issue here, and you're the guy that can talk with Trump on it better than I. Harry, in Virginia, I get the shutdown. Are you saying calls you're taking, your sense, the great talk show host every day? In Jersey, why would the shutdown be so prominent? Virginia, we get it, the federal workers, but why there?
Well, we have federal workers.
Yeah.
I can tell you right now, there's 34 to 40,000 people at this hour in line before 3 o'clock today to try to get food from a county giveaway. It is every bit as real here as it is in the Commonwealth of Virginia. Now, it's sure, more federal government employees work in Northern Virginia, live in Northern Virginia, and work in our nation's capital. But no, this is affecting across the board. And it isn't just one issue. It's if you had a flight and it got canceled, that a ham costs $50 right now for a tiny ham for your Thanksgiving dinner. That that all these other things are happening. This was the economy, stupid.
All right, so remedy for Harry Hurley. I'm not in the camp Republicans should surrender, particularly filibuster and all. What do you say?
Well, no, they should absolutely not surrender. And the Democrats planned on just keeping this going until the election with hopes that it would help them. I think they're ecstatic. Remember, Schumer says every day it gets better for us. These are unconscionable, bad people, and he's afraid of his AOC challenge that's coming, so he is completely a joke. It worked for them. They were ready to make a deal. They feel that Tuesday went so well for them that now they're going all in, and they're going to keep it shut for a while longer. I think ultimately it will be proven that they are shutting it down.
Oh, without a doubt.
And not Republicans. But I'm surprised that more people didn't see through this.
Harry, he's speaking live now, Schumer,
Yes,
calling for...
I'm looking at him.
1 year Obamacare credit extension. Yeah.
Hey, by the way, they don't call that the Affordable Care Act anymore because it's rather silly to call it that, isn't it?
Absolutely. The thing I've been centering on, though, and you opened up my eyes, I have to consider the shutdown more. I just think they wanted to get at Trump, the Trump hatred. You're right. It drove them. But usually when Trump is on the ballot, he drives the other side more. I think the work...
But Dom, here's what happened. And Jack Ciattarelli took it in the neck. He got whipsawed. He didn't have the benefit of Trump being on the ballot, and he took all the hits while Trump wasn't on the ballot.
Yeah, I agree. The thing going forward, though, is there's only one man in America, and you know him better than anybody listening right now, I think. President Trump has to be the one to convince the only Trump voters they have to come out in the midterm. If they will not...
Correct. If not, the Democrats will win the midterm.
Yes.
And remember, Proposition 50 passed.
Right.
That is Darrell Issa and four other Republicans going into the ash heap because their districts will be completely gerrymandered. And I don't know that Republicans can survive just those 5 losses.
That's right. That's where we have to go. So do you think Trump, he gets affordability. They're on that right now. Does he have a sense of his own voters, what they have to do to drive them out in the midterms?
I think for sure, and I'm going to tell you why. It's not like he ditched anybody.
Right.
He worked really hard for Jack Ciattarelli. He didn't wind up endorsing Winsome Earl Sears, but he did support.
Right.
Look, we know how bad things are right now when that guy Jay Jones, after what he said and did, that he won. So it's a crazy time right now. This was just an awful year to be on the ballot as a Republican. Good people, babies, went out with the bathwater. President Trump knows if he loses the House the last 2 years of his presidency, he will have his phone and his pen, and that's it.
Exactly. Harry, where's the best place to find you? Because in addition to your own show, filling in nationally, you write quite a bit. Where do we go?
Thank you, Dom. WPGTalkRadio.com.
Harry, thank you. Have a nice weekend. Thanks for coming in today.
You too, my friend.
All right, Harry Hurley here on Talk Radio 1210. Coming up, we're going to get a winner today on this and the $50 gift card. We'll give that away. Let's talk about Rescue Natural Supplements. Take advantage of huge Black Friday savings all month long. We're talking discounts up to 80% off on high-quality, carefully crafted, natural formulas for just about all of your health and wellness needs. For over 40 years now, Rescue has used clinically tested vitamins, nutrients, antioxidants, patented ingredients to perfect their all-natural supplement blends. And right now, you can grab exactly what you need at all-time high discounts, from immunity boosters and blood pressure health to natural brain focus and energy enhancers. You'll get slash prices up to 80% off on Rescue's wide variety of wellness products like trusted cholesterol support supplements or high-intensity omega-3s. Stop waiting to improve your well-being. Get these limited-time deals at res-q.com or call an res-q product consultant, 826-ALIVE. Again, that's 800-262-5483 or online, res-q.com for up to 80% off during the entire month of November. Shop today, save, and start actually feeling better with high-quality health essentials.
Prioritize yourself and make your dream of an attractive, healthy smile a reality at PI Dental Center. The professionals at PI Dental have been transforming patients' smiles for over 38 years. Board-certified specialists, Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, perform complex dental makeovers with their teeth-in-a-day protocol, where dental implants are placed and restored with fixed teeth in just one day. It's time to invest in yourself. For a smile that's monumental, trust PI Dental. Visit pidentalcenter.com.
Who would have thought that finding a Medicare partner you can trust could feel this good? Partnering with HealthSpring means you get Medicare Advantage plans with the benefits you need. Get up to $1,620 back in your Social Security check each year. Want dental, vision, and hearing services? Of course. HealthSpring Medicare Advantage plans mean financial peace of mind and freedom to enjoy life your way. Connect with a local licensed insurance agent for HealthSpring. It'll put a spring in your step. Visit healthspringmedicare.com/radio. That's healthspringmedicare.com/radio. Benefit options vary by plan and service area. You must reside in the plan service area. HealthSpring will reduce your monthly Part B premium based on the plan's specific benefit amount. HealthSpring products and services are provided exclusively by or through operating subsidiaries of Healthcare Service Corporation, a mutual legal reserve company.
Dawn Stensland here. Kick off your fall on a high note. You still have time to find yourself that new certified or pre-owned vehicle from my friends at the Piazza Auto Group. Did you know Piazza carries more than 1,600 pre-owned vehicles at any given time? And not just the brands you've heard me mention like Honda, Acura, Mazda, Hyundai, and Volkswagen, but almost any other brand you can imagine. Now that's selection. Visit PiazzaAutoGroup.com, search Piazza's pre-owned inventory, or for a dealer nearest you. Make sure you tell them Dawn sent you.
Fall is in the air. The leaves are turning, the games are on, and it's the perfect season for something truly one of a kind. At Cozy Jewelers in Newtown Square, custom jewelry isn't just a service, it's a passion. For 35 years, this family-owned business has created timeless, handcrafted pieces that tell your story, all designed and made in-house. And when it comes to jewelry that stands out, don't forget the fifth C. Cut, color, clarity, carat, and cozy. Make this fall unforgettable with Cozy Jewelers.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli here with my friend Matt from Emmons Roofing and Siding. If you're like me, your house took a real beating this winter from all the snow, ice, and storms.
At Emmons Roofing and Siding, we're here to put it back together. We specialize in storm-resistant roofing and siding systems designed to last no matter what Mother Nature throws at it.
Well, Emmons is who I use and recommend, so call Emmons today at 856-556-3229 for a free roof inspection.
Or visit us at callemmons.com.
Callemmons.com. Emmons, protecting homes, one roof at a time.
This information should not be taken as legal or medical advice. We are an advocacy organization sponsored by law firms. For information about all your legal rights and medical matters, consult with a mesothelioma attorney and healthcare provider. Prior results do not predict a similar outcome.
If you or someone you love worked around asbestos in construction, factories, or the military, you need to hear this. No amount of asbestos exposure is considered safe, and family history or overall health can raise the risk of mesothelioma. The Mesothelioma Center at asbestos.com brings together oncology navigators and veteran specialists to help find the right doctors, sort out insurance, and connect you with clinical trials, home health, and emotional support, all at no cost to you. We can also help you secure financial assistance to help pay medical expenses. A diagnosis can feel overwhelming, but mesothelioma is not the same prognosis as it was years ago. There is help and hope. Visit asbestos.com or call 800-681-1941. That's 800-681-1941. 800-681-1941.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. Ever wonder why Big Wireless wants you on an unlimited plan? They probably want you to cover the cost of those 20-somethings using all that data every month. But most people 50 and up like me only use 12 gigs or less. Don't get bamboozled by Big Wireless. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Our plans start at just $20, and we use the same towers as the big guys. Join the millions who choose something better, because if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/fax or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
At Audion Hearing, our mission is simple: to make better hearing affordable for everyone. We're proud to offer high-quality, rechargeable hearing aids starting at just $98. Clear, comfortable, and ready to use right out of the box. And here's a study worth hearing. Research shows that wearing hearing aids can reduce your risk of dementia by up to 61%. Join over 1 million happy customers and hear the difference today by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
The time has come for the final test.
We usually call it the lightning round.
That is exactly right. Hit us with that Dom Giordano show. By the way, just coming off Harry Hurley, before we get our winner on Money Melody and the Game of the Week, it's insanity out there. Delaware County, come on, Republican Party. What the heck? How has it changed that much? Inquirer reporting, more than reporting, they have the letter from the Progressive Executive Director. They raised taxes in Delaware County 23% last year. They're raising them 19% more. And it's somehow or another, it'll be the same dollar figure for the average homeowner out in Delaware County. So do the math. 42% over 2 years. Just think about this. And you can't beat these guys? Again, my contribution to talk radio, I've been talking about it for 15 years. What the hell is happening in the Philadelphia suburbs? They elected the first DA, Joe Conman, Larry Krasner Light in Bucks County since the 1800s. Montgomery County's got the Mr. Softy truck guy running to prisoners. Horsey Country is Houlihan trying to get into it, Mike Johnson, among other things, including the debacle of 75,000 people disenfranchised. But Delaware County is the worst, 42%. And they say, well, taxes should be minimal if we get this year. When you move to the suburbs, do you lose your mind is the question. All right, we want to get a Money Melody winner here. Let's go to Bob in Westchester, Talk Radio 1210. Bob, what's your answer today?
Hey, Dom, that is fish.
Nicely done.
Nicely played. All right, Bob, you're the winner. You'll be going off to the Zlock. Remember, it's tomorrow night, so get those tickets quickly. Let's see if we can get a winner now on the sorry for everybody. We've been flooded this week. Get a winner for Gallo's gift card. I have a lot more to say about this with Delaware County. And not that anybody's asked me, Henry, but is that helicopter ready? I may have to go to Wildwood immediately after the show.
Oh.
My two buddies, the mayor of Wildwood, Fred, and the mayor of North Wildwood, I've become, that's where we summer. Uh-oh, the sand. Wildwood doesn't want to give them the sand. We had them both on before. They don't want to give North Wildwood the sand.
Yeah.
I get it, Fred, but can Fred, this is like The Godfather. Don Corleone can't have all the judges in his pocket. He must.
Exactly right.
Serve. Come on, North Wildwood.
All the family's got to eat.
Yeah, right, exactly. So we got to get down there and get some sand. Although, wait a minute, I might want to make sure North Wildwood has the sand, too. That's true. We don't summer in Wildwood. Fred, we may have that on Monday's show, the big sand battle. Let's go to Zenos in, Upper Darby. Big diner country there. Hey, Zenos, welcome in. What do you have today?
Good afternoon, Dom. I'm going to get right to it. The honorary Philadelphian would have been John Wayne, and I'll explain why. In all his movies, he was methodical. He worked with the people that he had. Nothing bothered him, and he had grit. And I'm going to. And does he remind you of a certain somebody that I just explained?
Who, John Wayne in Philadelphia?
Yeah, who does he remind you of?
Frank Rizzo.
You got that right.
Exactly.
And he would have been a hell of a commissioner. Now, real fast, with Drew was talking about, the ship that he was talking about was called the Concordia. And it hit a rock, I think it was off the coast of Italy or Greece, and the captain and his girlfriend just happened to roll inside of a life raft when it killed it. I researched that one.
Thank you, Zenos. You mentioned that captain, the girlfriend now, too. Hey, that's not written anywhere. Look, that's not written anywhere I see.
Yeah.
Captain doesn't go down with the ship. Well, see, he's bad enough. It's the people who hire these people I always go back to. They're supposed to protect us. David in Lexington, South Carolina. Hi, David. What's yours?
Hey, Dom. I'll tell you what. If I was become an honorary citizen of Philadelphia, you wouldn't have to worry about SEPTA buses. The sales tax for me eating cheesesteaks alone, you'd have flying buses. And I could practice in North Charlie. I could get myself ready by going down to North Charlie and get ready for Philadelphia.
By the way,
the
number of times I told Rose, stay away from North Charlie, she didn't know what I meant there when we were in Charleston. And I think we vaguely wandered off King Street. We might have been touching on North Charlie, and I made sure we got out of there.
All right.
Thank you,
well,
David.
I'll nominate me.
All right. Thank you, David. The Earl of Tacony on Talk Radio 1210. All right, Earl, who's yours?
He was born in Astoria, New York. He rolled into Philadelphia in 1982, and he stayed for 41 years. That would be radio host John DeBella, mostly morning shows, but did a lot of charitable events in Philadelphia, the DeBella the Ball, the Turkey Drop, and I know when I was growing up, he was the guy to listen to in the mornings.
That is a very good one. Probably topped, though, by Pierre Robert, who I only met once. And I believe with his passing last week, I want to say, right?
Yes.
No,
Yes.
was it this week? No, last week.
It was last week.
A couple thousand people showed up at Rittenhouse Square. I think he deserves something at Rittenhouse Square, and I think it will at some point. And he rolled in some kind of hippie bus 50 years ago, I guess. Yeah. Philadelphia likes longevity. Think Action News. Why is Action News so successful? They take someone who's going to have a major role, like, say, the weather, and they put him in, you can see the step coming up when they're replacing him. They don't change. And over the years, they've been wildly successful with that. Why? Philadelphia likes that. That's the way that it works. All right, I think it's time to get to a winner. These were excellent today once we got the spirit of this whole thing going. So, Kirk, who was yours?
So I'm going to go out with our branding guru. I'm going to go with Joe from Exton.
Okay. Pretty funny today.
Yep.
And Henry, who do you say?
I like Bruce and Cherry Hill's answer of Pete Rose, and then I like Zenos' answer of John Wayne.
All right, I'll go with Pete Rose. I like that one a lot, too.
Sounds
I think
good.
that would fit. Let's have a review of the week so we get the $50 gift card going.
Only have a big three this week. So Wednesday, we asked for that all-time movie prop, Gary Newtown one with his Precious, The Ring.
Right. Yeah.
Yesterday, we asked for that all-time embarrassment, True and Upper Darby. Zenos just hit on it, the Greeks abandoning ship. And then you heard it was Zenos.
Right.
John Wayne was his answer. Put those into the hat here. Oh, boy. All right, here we go. Drum roll, please. Got my die here. It's too high of a number. That's also too high of a number.
Okay.
All right, that's a 1. Gary Newtown here this week's winner.
It was a great answer, Gary. You get a $50 gift card, which goes a long way. Gallows Seafood and Harbs Burger Bar in Northeast Philadelphia. Visit them online at gallowsandburgerbar.com. Jim Harvey, great host. Get the seafood salad, Rose says. Have a great weekend, Kirk and Henry. Thanks for producing.
Thank
Rich
you.
Zioli, 4 big hours next. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to let you know that